諸軍総大将官名より全蘇兵に次ぐこたびの栄えある海戦の一陣、我ら祖軍が受けたまった。
なんだこのバカでけえ声は。
隣の戦場だぞ。この戦で秦は滅ぶ。この戦は深く歴史に刻まれること間違いない。この大戦の口火を切る誉れ高き者は林北貴様だ。おう、
先方は。
よっしゃよっしゃ。我が名はその豪将林北。
林武君、そこか。同金の敵は。
我こそこの壮大な戦の幕を開ける者である。死を揺るがすのは誰か。天を震わすのは誰か。沈め戦軍。突撃じゃ。将軍に続け。
さすが公将軍、そうこなくったよ。俺たちも続くぞ。突撃だ戦隊。この大戦の口火を切るのは俺たちだ。
What's up, y'all? This your guy, Ray Hanma, 1 versus a million. I'm not your fan, I'm not your stand for, I am brother. Oh, man, it's awesome time, man, to be alive and to be oh, man, just a geek, you know, just a geek filled with the knowledge and wealth of all these awesome masterpieces that are coming out between anime and I would say Hollywood to a degree. But yes, so man, we are here to talk about Wonder Man, in which I thought it was a slight joke at first. I'm like, they're coming out with a Wonder Man. I'm like, never really heard of the character Wonder Man, to be honest. Never read about him, all that stuff until I watched the show, and then I watched some videos, a couple of videos that gave the background of Wonder Man. I'm like, oh, okay. Very intriguing. All right. So yes, don't forget to hit the like, share, and subscribe. Hit the follow. Please hit the hype the video up, hype the stream up, please. Thank you. And also bless the Cash App if you want. Amen. Bless the Armor Force. Appreciate it. And so I got a slew of videos, man, right to the from the Geek-verse. That I gotta share. A couple of them that just popped up today that I had to throw in the pile. So I'm like, yes, I must share this with my brothers. Yes. Ah, yes, sir. Oh man. So yes, and I'm gonna be giving my review right now of both of these shows, Wonder Man and Fallout Season 1. And I will also give my take of the little bit that I've seen from Season 2 of Episode 1 of Fallout. So, but let's go dive into Fallout, man, shall we? Oh, God, y'all. Okay. Now, I like the setup of it, the plot. I'm like, okay, it's a little tad bit unique in its way, but then again, it's like, okay, I've seen kind of like all that post-apocalyptic and apocalyptic shit, that went on with all these different other franchises. So, ranging between Hollywood and anime, and a lot of them, have their own unique spin with it. But with this one, though, in its own peculiarness, it deals with basically, okay, the apocalypse, which you didn't find out later on. But as it is with most of them, as I realized, that is started by not something just like extraterrestrial, but humans. And this one I kind of find interesting, intriguing, and the little mystery in this, as it deepens. I'm like, okay, because mind you, I just ended with season one, binged the hell out of that, and basically I was like in the first 5-10 minutes of episode one of season two. But and this was, interesting about it. It's like, okay, the apocalypse happened, as you could already assume by looking at the whole landscape, that it's basically was like a war that went on, bombs was dropped everywhere type of shit. And so an earth became uninhabitable for a while. And basically, yeah, and that they was led to believe that there was no survivors. And as you see in the vault, within the vaults, they had these vaults. And in the beginning, you'll notice that it starts out where it's like, okay, you think there's like only what, 2 or 3 vaults or whatever. But then again, you're like, okay, got to be more vaults. They just only displayed what, just 2 or 3 vaults, that they basically show within the first season. But the protagonist of this show, which is a female, Lucy, and her father, who's the overseer of one of these vaults, which is Vault 33. I like how basically, it goes into where, okay, she has to save her dad because these raiders that came in, from the outside, of which everybody acted oblivious to them, so they managed to get in. And there was talks too about, like, after they broke in and killed some people, man, that was just bloody and gory right there, son. I'll tell you that right now. After they broke in, snatched her dad, and so now she's like on this quest to find her dad. So but her lead is to find this woman, Modeva, who's the leader of these raiders, as they call them. And if you notice, I forgot her name, but she played in a bunch of different films too. She played in a bunch of other different films, and she ain't no joke. She's a damn good actress. And what oh man, like the part of where basically they discover, well, her brother, because she has a brother, is like a little brother who's not as gung ho as she is, as she's willing to be. And the technology there is just, it seemed like the show is just, it's it's like what, 1940s kind of atmosphere, and then it went into the apocalypse from there. And it's just, yeah, it's just kind of like a little weird on that note. But yeah. And oh God, she just, yeah, she decided to go out of the vault, which is forbidden, to go out and look for her dad. So she's going out the lead of finding the chick Mondava. She's like, I don't care, I'm gonna find my dad. I like that too. I was like, yeah, I like that. I like where we're showing daughters, women care more about a lot about their fathers. What I mean, placing more care on their fathers than what they have been showing in a lot of these different movies and shows. But the way they written up, for how his character truly is kind of really fucked up, I would say. But her brother, he's there, and he's in the vault. He remains in the vault, discovering secrets within the vault, like the plots with that. But near the end, it leads him to being entrapped by this little mobile brain, literal brain of a robot with these little mechanical arms who was trying to stick him with was trying to give him this shot just to pass him out or something, or probably erase his memory or whatever, because he was supposed to see what he uncovered, of what was actually going on with Vault 31, Vault 32, and discovering like, okay, of the fact of why um, there's like a certain people was selected overseer over these vaults. There's some kind of like conspiracy there or whatever. And as you can reveal, as can surmise going throughout the season, that they was connected, like these overseers, that they had to be connected to these corporations that helped establish these vaults. But you see, this is all basically a game to these corporations, which you can get some kind of similarity to the corporations from like the Alien franchise and stuff like that, like the Weyland Yutani and all them from what we see in Alien Earth, I believe. Yeah, we see basically just another thing of how corporations are willing to weaponize, like the or establish an apocalypse, and then that's what they did with this one. And basically, which is fucked up. Oh my god. And so we see this dude here, Walton Goggins, playing as his ghoul. He comes in, he's first, like, he was buried, which I thought was weird. I'm like, okay. He was buried and somebody hooked up some of that vile stuff, whatever, to help keep him alive. Because I'm like, damn. And you see that he's been alive over 200 years. Well, we see, like, okay, um, his default setting of how he looked, which is in his human form, and how David Goggins looks now. Yeah, that he basically was that he was married. He had a kid. He was married to a black woman. And I kind of find it funny how, oh man, and he was just an actor, and later on throughout the season, you'll see how he ended up discovering, because his wife works for a certain corporation that's called Vault Tech, and there's like other people from other countries that are there too, to represent other countries. These are people who she works with, who she's answers to. These are colleagues, and there's like other figures too that's up above who's probably running the whole thing. Because you see her looking up during this little conference meeting on what they're going to decide to do, and it shows in the background of their plan of highlighted like the whole world, basically the whole world map of what they plan to do, like as in all the vaults of where they're going to station, and that they are the ones that decided and orchestrated the setup of where all the vaults were going to be exactly be placed. and there was going to be 100 volts. It's fucked up because he ends up finding out by the help of Moldova. This this foreign chick. I think she's like Indian, East Indian or something. But yeah, he ends up finding out through her because she's part of this. This is like post-apocalypse time frame because they keep switching from from the present to the past type of thing. So, and he ends up finding out through her, yeah, that his wife is up to some like this no good. It's real like highly sinister, and and her mission was just basically to expose these people, and as such she developed her own big following. But she passed along to him a device, a listening device, to basically to connect to these to them arm devices that they had, which was weird that they carried around with them, like that they have on them everywhere they go, almost 24/7. The only exception is when they sleep, obviously, because that shit would just that'll feel weird as hell to sleep with something like that, But it's a device that probably got some more functions on it than what they revealed in the show. But from what they showed us in the show, this device, the Pit Boy device that they have on their arm, got radiation level readings, and yeah, and there was something else to it, whatever. But yeah, but it allowed him. But he was able to use it because it's also a device you can record and listen to shit. So, and pictures and all that. So yeah. Um, and so he listened in on the conversation that his wife was having as she was, being a speaker at this conference. And he realized that his wife and these guys in this conference plotting the end of the world to force it underground in the bunkers. I mean, in the vaults. So, so it was like a little game they would choose to play where they chose to see, like, okay, how many people were going to flood into these vaults, how many people would survive. So the destruction of the whole earth is due to because of these people. And they chose to say, hey, well, we're going to establish overseers in these vaults. So yeah, they're directly connected. And they also were just talking about like it was just some kind of fun game to them, before that scene ended, talking about of how basically revealing of the type of people that was shown of who was actually overseeing, and the events of what was going on in each vaults was designed by them. But what they desired to do, they said, okay, we're going to have one vault where we're going to have these weird, crazy experiments, using humans, and like therefore like creating these experiments where they may like develop like hybrids or something like that. And I'm like, oh wow. I'm like, that's really like effed up, man. He found out his wife was on that, and I'm like, damn. So, but it's one they haven't revealed yet, but that I believe that they saved for season 2 is because yeah, that's been one question that he said he's been looking for the answer of for over 200 years now is where is his family? So I'm like, okay, that tells me, because he asked that question to the overseer of 33, her father, whom which he finds in the end. But yeah, that was just effed up. And well, before I get to that, there was dude, that going back to that battle, like that they had when they fought those raiders, when someone was fighting them, but a lot of people got slaughtered before they had managed to just say, hey, we got what we came for. The Modeva chick, and she took off with her father, the overseer. So many people got slaughtered. I was like, oh man, but it was just interesting, like how they was choosing to live because and it was cool to see how they was having how it shows how they was having their little disputes and everything. And just certain people, man, they were just, oh, dude, just too quirky and corny acting, and just super soft, you know. And then they managed to capture some of these raiders, and they was talking like um, about how they wanted to integrate them into their society and teach them. I'm like, man, these motherfuckers are wild as hell, and y'all dumb as hell, and also wild for thinking that. It's like trying to tame a wild hyena. I'm like, hell no. But and in her journey of trying to find her dad, and these answers to where to where Moldava is and how to get to her. And she had this weird weapon on her where it basically like acted as I think a trank where she's like not actually killing people. And there's this scientist whom basically a lot of them has been hunting for because he's the doctor that has this relic, this powerful relic, that he developed, and he chose to shoot it in his head. I'm like, wow, okay. And then this individual trying to get away uh, from um, from these people trying to capture him, especially the ghoul. The ghoul was hunting him, which is David Goggins. I mean Walter Goggins' character. It's just funny to see how they all came together, and also dude was Maximus. He's basically for this brotherhood, which is guys in these little like these armored little mech suits they developed, and the first model of them was around the time frame of like before the post-apocalypse period, like right before the apocalypse came about. And so we see this dude, man, Maximus, his character. uh, I'm like, I wish he'd be less. I wish he'd have been more like of a serious character than this Negro who looks like he's about to cry. I don't like that look. I don't. But But yeah, it was cool because he basically aspired to be, this, part of Brother to rise up in the ranks. So therefore, he ends up being a squire. He ends up getting uh, promoted to being a squire to one of the knights, and that's the position of where he has to travel along with his knight, the guys in his mech suit, and and his knight, which is Knight Titus. He's he had a, yeah, he was the one wearing the suit, but damn it, the one playing him, the knight who was the dude who was in the knight suit, who was his knight Titus, was actually played by, what's his name, David Rappaport. I believe that's how you pronounce his name, David Rappaport. Yeah, who played in a bunch of different films or whatever, including, if y'all remember, Higher Learning, he was in there. But yeah, uh, but before Maximus got that position, it was actually meant for his one of his fellow students, one of his little fellow comrades in training, which rose up, did what he needed to do, and became, selected to be in a squire. But come to find out, all actuality, he was the one that, he sabotaged his own position, by basically putting that blade in his shoe to act like, hey, somebody did it, and these motherfuckers automatically blame Maximus because they see and know that they're friends, and they assume that that he did it, just to sabotage, out of jealousy. So he ended up getting a position, but no, but when it came out, it was revealed though that he wasn't the one, and so he ends up taking, but he ends up taking her position or his position. I don't know if that's a dude or a chick, but yeah. Uh, but he ends up taking a position, and then ends up going with David Rappaport's character, who was the knight, and they went up, basically they went out to in their search, and when they got to this cave, this one area, this bear was at, and everything's like infected, like radioactively infected and shit, and so this radioactive affected bear came up. Oh shit! This motherfucker ran with the suit. I was laughing. I was like, oh hell no, motherfucker! You got a whole big ass mech suit, and you gonna run? And this motherfucker's wielding this shit too, like he never really trained with it at all whatsoever. I'm like, hell no. That bear was really about to f him up until until Maximus helped him out, and then when he told him, get this fucking helmet off of me, get it all off me, and it showed. I'm like, oh, that's Day Rapport. And this motherfucker was talking shit to Maximus, like, help me, you piece of shit. Uh, Give me that. I think it was like a this medicine, or whatever, because he ended up getting poisoned by the bear. So Maximus refused to help him. He ended up letting him die, and then he took his suit and got in that mech suit and just, acted like he was Knight Titus. Ah. And along came, when he met with Lucy, and they ended up traveling together, and they ended up becoming close. But because of But because of his path, or where what he chose to follow, which is that brotherhood, who basically is against the vault dwellers. They had to separate, and she promised him, or they promised each other they was going to see each other again, near the end of the show. But because when they managed to get to Moldova, when she finally got to her, it was revealed then all of it was revealed. And she had this ghoul at this table with her while she was there sitting eating, you know, regular regular looking food. And so the doc and the scientist that she had with her, from which was dying, on the verge of dying, he told her, hey, he said, take this and cut my head off and take my head to Moldova. And so yeah, and that's basically yeah. And she used that, and he told her to use that basically as a bargain chip to help her basically get her dad back, because that was the plan. But when she actually got to Moldova, she uh she tells her she tells her everything, the truth and all that. She gave her the head. Hey, here's the head of the scientist. Boom, and she tells her, yeah, that's him. And but she ends up telling her, Moldova ends up telling Lucy the whole, basically she tells her the whole truth about what happened. And had her dad there locked up in this like giant bird cage. And it's like, damn, the whole scenery and the setup was fucked up. As I realized, I'm like, damn. So she made him. So she captured him. She's designed it that way, for the cage to be there, boom, and the table to be there, and for her mother to be there. Yes, Lucy's mother, which was the ghoul that was at the table that Moldova had tied to the table. But Moldova was actually close to Lucy's mother. And I'm like, damn, so she's been a ghoul all this time, like, damn, for like shit for some years. And find out that her dad had everything to do with it. Because he said that she basically was in was involved, basically part of a faction that was against what he was doing. I was like, wow. Because yeah, that was like that. That was totally effed up, and gonna realize that her dad, or you might say Moldova too, have been living, yeah, for over 200 years. Her dad, Hank, her dad, Moldova, and the ghoul, the cowboy ghoul, is over 200 years old. So I'm like, damn, okay. And so, boom, that's revealed to her because Lucy didn't know that as well. So, yeah. And to help them to live that long was because it's important in the connection of what what the brother has discovered. when he went deep into that one vault. It was forbidden that for nobody to see. Nobody was supposed to see it at all, except for the one of the overseers. He found it. There was all these little cryo chambers, and there was still a whole bunch of people there in these little tanks, in these cryo tanks. That that keeps them there like sustained for God knows how long. So, but they're there, and these basically was I'm thinking, okay, so these are the people. Damn, yeah, that's right. So these are the people in these cryo chambers. Yeah, they all was designated. It, it was all reserved. These are all reserved spots for people designated by those who was higher ups, who are the higher ups, the ones that orchestrated this whole plot, this whole plan, the Vault Tech. So I'm like, damn. And so she sees how evil her dad was. So basically, the mother, got in his way, and she ends up getting infected and becoming a ghoul. And she was like, damn. So look at her dad, like, tell her to give her the code because the relic. She was explaining to Lucy this relic could help basically change everything. You can. This is a credible, sustainable energy source, basically that will help bring a lot of energy as it did back to the surface. This device that she basically, put in this machinery seemed basically that was designed for whenever she got this relic, and so she did, but in order to have it to come on completely, instead of just simply just sitting in there, booming everything, falls into play, she needed the code. And dad was reluctant, man, to giving her the code first. He's like, give her the code. She had that look basically like in her face, like, please give her the code, dad. Please give her the code, or I'm gonna do something to you. Type of look because of the fucked up shit you did to mom and all these people. So yeah, she ended up getting the code, but right as she was about to press that button to initiate the power and everything for it to go through, because in the end, it showed basically that the power source, went all around. Well, went all around that city where they was at, and I'm assuming probably in a whole bunch of other areas as well. Um, but right before she, was about to press that button, that's when uh, the so-called Brotherhood came through, and yeah, with their mech suits and everything else, and along with them Maximus, to prove his work, because they was about to take him out because they were still blaming him for what happened with his fellow cadet. But she ended up, or he ended up telling her, telling the leader of that whole band, telling him that hey, that he basically sabotaged, his position. Because they looked at that and him basically taking Knight Titus's armor. So yeah, so basically he ended up choosing to give him a chance and approve himself, and so therefore, boom, telling him hey that he was going to lead him. Maximus told him that he was going to lead him to where the leader of the Raiders were, so which was Moldava. So yep, and that's how they came, and they popped up and did what they do and took out a bunch of Raiders. They was fighting, but there were some Raiders too that fought back, and also who popped up there as well was the Ghoul, our cowboy Ghoul. And yep, and he popped some of them. I'm like, okay, that was stylish on how he popped up, and that was tight, showing how basically how he cleverly took out three or four of those dudes, those knights wearing that had those mech suits on. And he was like, "Huh, that's a newer model, huh? Because there's I remember the first model came out right before the apocalypse. Okay, so I wonder if they fixed that chest plate issue. All right, and he showed where he had these special bullets. He's like arrow pointed or arrow headed bullets. And boy, he let one off of one of them, damn it, at their chest plate, and yeah, he took one out. I'm like, oh shit. So nope. So they didn't fix that chest plate issue. So boom, he cleverly ended up taking them out. Took the lights out, damn it, out of that room, and just took them out. Yep, and he made his way up there to where Modera was, and Hank and Lucy. Maximus ended up showing up there too, but he ends up getting taken out after trying to stop her dad because after they learned the truth, her dad basically pissed and was like, "Hey, um, he tried to take him out." So, but the ghoul popped up and fired off, shot striking the face of her father, who jumped into this mech suit. Yeah, and the ghoul told him, "I want to know that. I had this question I've been wanting to ask for over 200 years. Where's my family?" There was no answer, and damn it, and as he was about to get taken out, he flew off in the mech suit. And as the show revealed, and near the end, that basically where her dad actually headed to was New Vegas. Hence the pun, Fallout New Vegas, which I do remember playing. That's like the only Fallout game I remember playing. And yeah, I didn't complete it, even though I put a whole bunch of hours into it. And this reason being is not because of lateness or I just forgot we good. No, it's just because the game it just froze. It froze at this one particular part. Like after I like made it into the city. And so I think I was supposed to talk to like some dude or whatever who's actually a brain of consciousness that's alive that's alive in a computer or something like that. But yeah, so he they decided to take off after him, and because of Ghoul, he said, hey, he tells Lucy, he's like, hey, you can stay here, man. These people will kill you, or you can leave with me and we can just go on this hunt together. You know what I mean? To go hunt for her dad. Because she realized now, yeah, her dad is evil. He's no good. And Maximus, she was trying to wake him up, but he faced a decent concussion from getting smacked by her dad when he had on that mech suit. So like, God damn it, he must have hit his ass hard too. And that boy's face swelled up and all that shit. I'm like, damn, that shit looked like that was a real part of the scene. Shit, like where he actually got hit. So yeah, uh, well yeah. So they decided to leave, but before the rest of the brothers showed up, in more mech suits and all that. And I'm like, okay, this is interesting. So yep, they chose to leave, but with the soldiers and them and Maximus after he woke up and see, okay, about this power source that was inserted into this machine, and that Moldava right before she died, she presses that button to cause it to start up and to activate. They had the whole like town and all the places where people would be at. They had their lights showed up just popped up all around the city. Just I'm like, damn. So this is a power source that basically was meant to give power to the whole city, or or for the whole world. So yep, and we see they manage to escape, and then they're off, the Ghoul and Lucy. And then the second season, going into the second season, yeah, we see them. They're together, whatever. But it opens up showing that the Ghoul is tied up. Yeah, it was part of his plan which is to take out these bandits or whatever, raiders or bandits, or these guys that was there, and he was tied up. He was he's facing a noose, and so she was up on top inside the mouth of this dinosaur, this one of those like mannequin dinosaurs, and and she had the dog with her too, and she was up there, and her job was to snipe and to snipe at the guys there after shooting the rope that had they had the Ghoul hanging, and he was pissed too because but she managed to shoot the rope or whatever like way later than than what they set planned and shit. So it seemed like basically okay that they're planning together like these little ops, you know, so they can get resources and stuff like that. What will help them along their journey, their journey of getting to where their dad is. So. And I was like, yeah, that part was funny because he was like, after it was all said and done, after he took them motherfuckers out, and I'm like, this dude, Walter Goggins played a decent role in this, but I still have issue. But the thing is, um, he told her, he was like, man, he's like, you not wanting to kill these bastards and shit, wanting to only shoot these motherfuckers in the leg and ass. He's like, you may think you're helping, but you're not. He told her that this is like the first episode of the season 2. He's like, you may think you're helping, but you're not. He's like, damn it, like what I cared about most is your ass shooting that damn rope on time. And I'm thinking like, damn, did she let him hang them like on purpose just to be a little bitch? I'm like, damn, man. Oh. But yeah, and then that's where I basically, come up and decided to go to sleep on. So yeah, I'm gonna be continuing that episode 1. And I know, like, basically, I think they just came out with episode 7 or something like that. I think they're probably going again with what, just 8 episodes. Maybe they're doing just like 8 episodes a season. Who knows? But there's some shows where, like, I would assume, okay, when they start off with just a certain number of episodes, like 8, that they're doing that to see, like, okay, how much traction they can gather, with these 8 episodes, and then if they numbers get it to a certain point where they're like comfortable, like saying like, okay, people like it, they've gained this kind of level of popularity, so let's go ahead and put on like 2 more episodes, make it like 10 episodes this next season. So I'm not sure on that, but yeah, but I'm planning on watching season 2 with you brothers on Rumble. So you'll be watching with me over there as I watch it for the first time. So I'm gonna watch episode 1 by myself, and then I'm gonna share that along with wherever they're at currently. I think they're at episode 7. So yeah, I'm gonna have that all loaded up, ready to go for us to check out on Rumble together. And I'll come back over here, for the YouTube side and give my review of it, of each episode. Now, this dude, Walter Goggins. I can't. Oh Lord. Okay, I know you're like, well, what's wrong with Walter Goggins, man? What's wrong with Walter Goggins? After I after I've seen what I've seen from his previous work, it's like that with certain cats, man. Like I can't just I like anything you play in after you chose certain roles. I can't fuck with you like 100% like that. You know what I mean? I may recognize, okay, the talent you display in something else. Yes, I know how to establish that separation, that necessary separation. But at the same time, I'm still kind of like looking at your ass with a side eye, like, good shit, but yeah, you know, good shit with this role. They played as the ghoul, and because this, he showed them and he's a father, where he's like, hey, yeah, I'm taking my daughter, I'm trying to get her the hell away from like out of here, away to safety, and including and that safety, I'm getting her away from your mother. We're getting away from your mother because your mother is on some evil shit. So maybe they may show that later on, like, okay, that his daughter and his wife actually, survived because they was in one of those little cryo chambers. But I just can't, man. Like, no, just certain cats. Every time I see him, it's just those scenes, certain scenes, just come back to me. I'm like, no, oh God, I can't. I just can't. And let me show you the piece to those coming through. Ronan, thank you, brother Ronan, for coming through. But let me show y'all what the hell I mean. After he played this role, I was done. After he played this role, I was like, yeah, I can't take you seriously and nothing else. No, including some of the characters in Sons of Anarchy that participated with him in these roles, and one of them is standing next to him. Yeah, this dude, or whatever the hell nationality he is. I've seen him played in a couple other projects, and I still couldn't take him seriously, man. Hell no, I still couldn't take him seriously. Uh-uh. I was through, son. You hear me? I'm good. The way they made him in this, I'm like, yeah, man, that some bitch he drunk the whole sacrifice cup. You hear me? I'm good. Not acceptable. They're like, hey, white guys, done that shit for plenty of time. Man, but to that degree though, to that degree, no, son, I'm good. Not to that degree. I'm like, shit, is it still there? Let me, motherfucker, no. Not to that degree. That's your boy. Same dude. Wait, that's a different white guy. No, no, that's the same motherfucker, man. That's the same dude. That's him. He chose this role for of all the roles these motherfuckers could, man. Now this is like for LGBT and them. This is for that was for their crew. I'm like, I can't do no. He will can't take him seriously in this after seeing this. No, I can't. I can't. I'm sorry, I can't. No, that image. Yeah, had to get rid of that shit there. No, uh. Get that shit off my shit right now. Nope. I can't take him seriously after that song. No. I'm like, damn. Of all the roles you can play, damn it, but you played that role. I'm good. I'm good, son. You can have that role. But now we're going to talk about Wonder Man. Oh, okay. With Wonder Man. See, this is what I'm gonna do. Right, just let y'all know for future references. Okay, I'm gonna be doing shows like this where we're gonna be um, so much different stuff, man, coming out there, man. Like right now, I'm watching this one anime called Freewind Journeys or Journeys in some shit. Yeah, but and uh and yeah, with some other projects. Yeah, I'm watching the Got You Gotta with our boy Rudo. Man, like basically the last episode of that. That was decent. But let's go and talk about our boy, man. Oh shit, Simon Williams. Let me see if the icon. Hopefully I get the icon. Yeah, let's talk about our boy Simon Williams. Oh hell. This was awesome. As I'm gonna run through like real quick. Um, okay, as I found out as of late that they changed up some stuff within the show. I mean, for show, okay. In the show, we see Simon Williams. You know, what I mean, he's there. He's an actor. He's an actor that's playing as an actor, right? It's basically one of them roles, and he seems to have done a decent job. Uh, he's done a great decent job to me, you know, and him showing like his acting skills within his acting. That was that was tight. You know, he did the two dimensional acting very well, and his actual name it it escapes me because it was kind of like a little hard to pronounce or whatever. But I believe brothers, somebody whatever will help me to pronounce his actual name more accurately and correctly. So yeah, he played a awesome, decent role, man, as Simon Williams. But we see with him that he's at a struggle within his acting career, and he comes across Trevor Slattery, who who was acting played as the Mandarin in what was it, Iron Man 3, was it Iron Man 2, Iron Man 3? Yeah, yeah, and all that. So yeah, he comes across him, and Trevor Slattery, and he meets him at this um, at this audition spot, because he's trying to audition for the role of Wonder Man. And I'm like, oh, okay, I see the two dimension here. Wonder Man, acting as Wonder Man, but ends up turning to actually being or becoming Wonder Man. Wonder Man playing Wonder Man. Okay. Uh, and so, and come to find out that Trevor Slattery, well, he was posted there because in the beginning we see him, he's trying, hey, mind his own business, trying to do his own thing and shit, but he was snatched up at the airport by these guys. I believe they was I was gonna say FBI, the Department of what, damage control, somewhat, yeah. It's one particular department, yeah. So he gets snatched up and he's basically, threatened the whole typical thing. Okay, if you don't do this for us, well, we're gonna send you back to prison, type of thing. You know what I mean? So yeah, so he's up choosing to doing what they say, and what they wanted was to uh to investigate Simon Williams. He this in particular, I forgot the name of this particular agent, who basically just, I don't know, he was just getting off and just had this great fixation upon Simon Williams, because I believe, yeah, he wanted to impress and rise up in the ranks of his particular division, because their whole operation, right, he wanted to look good for his boss, because as they show where they in their meeting, that their whole plan was is develop a place that you can use as a prison for all these metahumans. And so therefore he sees Simon Williams as, he gets fixated on him, and he sees him as being with him being looking at him, seeing that a great threat. You know, he's just super dangerous, and and that also will be uh he will also be a great ticket for me to rise up in the ranks, type of shit. So I'm like, okay. All right, so Trevor Slattery, Ben Kingsley's character. Shout out to fucking Ben Kingsley, boy, with the damn S rank acting. Salute, hilarious too. Hey, as he was too in his show, but uh, when we show, he ends up, getting growing close to Simon Williams because it leads to where they end up like hanging out. And he ends up inviting them and shit to his or he invite, but he asked if he can go and uh spend time with him, basically with his family, during his mother's birthday and all that, and coaching him and giving him advice and everything else. And I like how um in the lessons of masculinity too, to have it to its finest is to learn how to exercise control and to be able to properly see things clearly and assess and make a better judgment with rationality and logic, and not being ruled and controlled by your emotions. That's what, in a sense, what he was teaching Simon Williams when he was telling him, hey, to breathe and to calm down, Uh, because as it goes along, it shows he ends up seeing how basically, okay, that he's actually a metahuman, that he does have powers. And but Simon, he ends up getting pissed off when it's revealed that Trevor was actually a plant to be there to spy on him for this division on which Simon Williams doesn't have no knowledge of. He just knows that, but he's just spying on them for some kind of fucking agency. And yeah, he gets pissed and goes into the set, into the Wonder Man studio, into the studio where they set up, where their studio set up for Wonder Man. He goes in there and just lashes out, damn it, with all his ionic powers. That which they teased us with through this season, through this first season. I'm like, huh? Because at the end, I'm like, I want more. I want more. I'm not satisfied. I want some more episodes. Damn it! Shit. Well, they tease us with so it was showing us his powers like in the beginning when when they was at his mother's house. Trevor was there too, and his brother just kept egging him on, pissing him off, man. Like, because his brother does, like, he work. He's I'll say what, blue collar, white collar type of work that he does, that his brother does, and the father, he uh he died, but I forgot from what. But I forgot from what exactly. But his father died. So their father died. Their father's not there. So it was him and his mother. We see that their nationality is I'll say, I wouldn't say Jamaican, but it's Haitian. So they're, while his brother was pissing him off because his brother was like, telling him, oh, that ain't no real job. You're acting, forget the acting type of shit. You forget the acting shit or whatever. And just pissing him off, and then bringing up about the fact of what happened in the fire and shit. Okay, that he snapped off and caused that fire. That was him and his mother as they showed that little clip of the past of how he basically came out of that fire unscathed. And his brother, and it led into where showing where his brother was blaming him for causing the fire and shit. And he's like, get pissed because anybody would get pissed off of that type of shit. I mean, that kind of like antagonistic bullshit. Because you're like, motherfucker, this was my fault. So he snapped. He was like, motherfucker's like, shut up. And just shattered, his, that whole table counter, man. That whole kitchen table, basically. He shattered that whole damn thing. I'm like, damn. And he looked. And his family looked at Trevor. Trevor looked like, He's like, oh my. He's like, oh shit. But he didn't allow that to cause him to be in such fear to where he was scared to be around him. But he stayed attached. He kept being around him, and they both basically was practicing. It was cool how they were showing how both of them all throughout this this season that basically that he was training with him and helping him, to get better in his acting, in his acting skills. Which we can see also too that it's training within training. Yeah, we're actually seeing him, Ben Kingsley, training this actor, this black actor. He's like, and we can believe too that the offset, that he's giving them, training and tips and shit like that, and how to pour himself into his acting, and that was cool. That was decent to see. I was like, I noticed that. I'm like, damn. So I'm like, within their acting, he's giving him training while they're being filmed. I'm like, damn, that's tight. I was like, that's tight. I like that. I like that. And so he was having he was displaying a little bit more control after coming across Trevor. When Trevor basically helped him after the incident, at his mother's house, he basically was helping him, to learn how to control his breathing and everything else. And so therefore, so he can have better focus on, how he regulates his powers. Because acting more rationally and logically was the key to helping him to regulate his powers that he realized. And also realizing that he don't have to man mode. He doesn't have to act all wild and hyper masculine and no impulse control and shit like that in order to control his powers. He doesn't he realized he doesn't have to be that way. But that way is the more foolish and dangerous way. That way leads you, damn it, to definitely having people aiming to stop you from regular humans to superhumans, like the good guys. But when Trevor revealed to him, hey, the truth that basically he was planted there to just spend time with him, hey, all that time with him, and to being invited to come along to his mother's birthday and all these other events, that they participated in, that they spent time in, all that just made him pissed off because he really thought that Trevor was his friend. And so he got pissed off and just let loose off in that studio and just destroyed that whole studio. But yep. But after that, we see Simon Williams showing up, snatched up Trevor from his little jail where he was in, because they was basically on virtue of sending him back. But he breaks in, damn it, and, and snatches Trevor out of there, and everyone. That's how that ended. I was like, okay, shit. I was like, damn it, that's awesome, damn it. I was like, that's awesome. That's man mode. So he realized and seen, thought logically, hey, that he was pressured. That Trevor was pressured. So Harley's really, so it's Harley his fault. Did he see him there? That's actually, he's actually a true friend. Because if he didn't, if it was revealed that Trevor was on some really wicked shit, then yeah, he wouldn't have went back for him. He wouldn't have went, to go save him. And we see that agent who's gunning for Simon Williams to capture Simon Williams by way of using Trevor, we see, man, that he had like a crazy ass obsession, man. Like, oh, oh shoot, brother, go pee, damn it, house, hot damn it. So yeah, I'm like, oh, I want more. Ah, shit, mad mode, you know what I mean? But it was cool to see how his brother, like, after he basically rose up, made it in his acting career, and yep, and been deemed Wonder Man. I'm like, okay, another two dimension. Okay, Wonder Man within the Wonder Man is deemed Wonder Man. Okay, now he's you know all a little flashy now, then with this nice suit on and shit. What I mean? Hey, and his brother, and I was like, that's some brotherhood shit right there. Like, yeah, his brother told him, that he was proud of him. He wasn't condescending or none of that shit. I'm like, yes, sir, that's how it should be. Right there. Man mode. His brother wasn't like, hey brother, I'm glad you made it, man, but I wish you man would have went this route. None of that shit. No, he kept it strictly focused and stayed on that, just on that main appreciation right there, just uplifting his brother, giving him glory for what he's achieved. leaving leaving to him and what he wanted aside, cast that down, and just totally focus on just giving his brother praise for what he's made it to, his opposition of what he made it to. And I could just feel and just get the excitement and the joy. Like, I'm like, man, I feel that, bro. I mean, I feel that. It's like I know that, and I can see and know that he's feeling that too. Simon Williams, of getting that praise from his brother. Damn it, man! Like, yeah, shit, yeah. And woo. So it was a crazy, man, because he had a battle, man, with just trying to like film a certain, I would say, certain. He was having hell trying to film, catch himself practicing certain scenes. I mean, of the Wonder Man show that he's trying to audition for. The before he ended up getting a position. It just cleared. It was cool to see how they was showing him struggling, trying to find a decent spot so he can, with Trevor, as they travel through and just trying to find the perfect spots, where they can practice their lines and their roles and their his deliverance for certain scenes. And I liked too where they were showing like how he was, not there yet. He was a little lacking, in certain areas, but Trevor came through and helped filled in those areas of where he was missing. So I'm like, oh, awesome, awesome shit, y'all. So, yep, and this is on some masculine shit. Yep, it's the only thing is with that. It's like okay, and. And I know, and he sees and realizes too within himself. I see him seeing that within himself that he needs to rise up above just this whole non-impulse control bullshit. Like so, yeah, he realized that he's going to have impulse control to control and regulate his powers. And he just did during that time when he fought, when they gave us a little bit of a little tease of his little powers, to show us his little his base form, what he can do. With him going like just a tad smidge bit over his base form by taking out all those 3 or 4 dudes, slapping one dude on the wall and shit. I'm like, yeah, I love it. Yes, sir. So, without further ado, yes, that was awesome. Shout out to them, Wonder Man. Wonder Man, yes, and we'll be watching on the Rumble season 2 of Fallout. Yes, yes, yes. Because I don't like to leave mystery and suspenses, and when it's sci-fi related, I don't like leaving that shit unsolved. So yeah, I don't like leaving projects when the mystery deepens. Yeah, so yeah, I want to dive into that. Yeah, we'll be watching that over there on the Rumble, and but I will be watching the first episode first by myself, and then come back, give my review on that. But we'll be watching maybe I'll say 5 episodes, close to maybe 4 or 5 episodes in our stream of that. So yeah, so I will let you guys know about it, so you guys can tune in for that. But man, but both shows, yeah, was great, intriguing. I'll say Wonder Man. I'll give that more stars over the Fallout, but yeah, great. Both intriguing. But like I said, I can't take Walter Goggins' character that seriously because of his role that he played in Sons of Anarchy. That did it for me. Yeah, but. Other than that, yeah, but let's get into these videos, man. Please hit the like, share, and subscribe, man. Let's get into these videos, man. What I gathered for more into the Geek-verse as we dive. So yeah, let's go. I'm gonna let it be a surprise and let it play for itself. And shout out to the brothers and the people of whom I share. Fair use.
What's up, my comic comrades? The wait is finally over. DCKO Boss Battle Issue 1 is finally here, and this issue is possibly the largest comic book IP crossover in history. I'm talking Mortal Kombat, Vampirella, Sabrina the Teenage Witch, Annabelle the Doll, Homelander, and more, all crossing over into the DC universe in this single issue and going up against DC characters with matchups like Homelander versus Superman. Not surprisingly, this was the biggest comic news to come out of New York Comic Con, where it was announced back in October. And now we finally get to see what happens when all of these outside IPs collide with the DC universe. So without spoiling anything, let's just get right into it. The issue starts off after the events of DCKO issue 3, and on the first page we see the World Forger and Gorilla Grodd. The World Forger says Earth, if it could be called that anymore. The Heart of Apocalypse is ravaging this land beyond comprehension, tearing at its soul, changing it into something hideous, something apocalyptic, and the only place that I, the World Forger, and my ally Gorilla Grodd could escape to. Grodd then says, the battle with Darkseid has left you hurt, World Forger. Maybe this is a sign. World Forger replies, of what, Grodd? That we should quit? Throw in with that madman? No. It would be better if this universe ends than letting him have his way. Grodd responds, that choice may be out of our hands. Look, as we see Darkseid in Booster Gold form, with Absolute Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman facing off against the main universe Superman, Wonder Woman, Joker, and Lex. As the World Forger uses his powers to freeze Darkseid and the Absolute Trinity, Wonder Woman looks at them saying they're frozen. The Joker replies, hilarious, quick, let's slice their throats before they start moving again. But the World Forger tells them, if you were to attempt to harm them, this blink of an eye would shut and the tournament would continue. Lex then says, let me guess, we would lose? World Forger replies, yes. These other versions of you were born, forged in the energy of an Omega universe. You don't have the power to fight them yet. So essentially, World Forger just straight up confirmed that the Absolute Trinity is more powerful than the main universe Trinity because they were forged in Omega energy. But he does say you're not powerful enough to fight them yet. World Forger goes on to say here, yes, I can feel them, former combatants that have lost, but may yet be given a second chance to help us in our quest. As the World Forger brings back 4 combatants that were previously eliminated, Black Lightning, Plastic Man, Batwoman, and Star Sapphire. The World Forger then says, as the only one that might be able to pierce the veil of the multiverse, I will attempt to reach out to the world beyond to bring new champions into these reality fissures. You all must enter the fissures, fight the champions. I will collect the Omega energy produced, and when my hammer is full, I could transfer the energy to the final 4 to finish this fight. Hurry, I will not be able to keep these rifts open for long. Now go. So essentially, the World Forger is sending these DC heroes to other realities to battle opponents from other worlds in the hopes of earning a win, and in doing so, gathering enough Omega energy to be able to combat the Absolute Trinity and Darkseid himself, which I would say is a really great start, but let's see how this idea plays out.
But first, a while back we told you guys about Fanhome's 1/8 scale 1966 Batmobile model. Well, I got the subscription myself and I started building it, and based on the first few boxes, this thing is going to be a beast when it's done. Now, if you're a longtime member of the Variant community, you already know we're big fans of Fanhome. In fact, I've already built their 1/1 scale Infinity Gauntlet. It's actually sitting right behind me, and I have several other Fanhome model kits lined up for when I finish the 66 Batmobile. Honestly, my garage is starting to look a little bit like that warehouse scene in Raiders of the Lost Ark, but it's going to be worth it. Anyway, the design for this iconic 1966 Batmobile is straight out of the classic TV show, and they did not miss a single detail. This bad boy is over 2 feet long, has a body and engine of die-cast metal, working lights and sound effects all over the place, including the afterburner, and the dashboard's got all the Bat gadgets and controls from the original. But the best part is getting to build it. With Fanhome's subscription, each month they send you fresh model pieces as well as easy to follow assembly instructions. And you also receive a digital magazine collection and a bunch of other fun bonus gifts during your subscription. And with the 66 Batmobile, it includes 3 classic 66 Batman posters, a Batman hat, mug, t-shirt, and this replica license plate. But don't just take my word for it. Click the link in the description to check it out for yourself, and then use code VARIANT to add the subscription to your collection. And do yourself a favor and make sure to look through the rest of their catalog while you're on their website. Just a warning though, you're going to want everything. Again, just click our link in the description below.
Alright, jumping back to the issue, we next see Grodd tell World Forger, I know what it will cost to hold these fissures open. Do you have the strength? Forger replies, I have to, for all our sakes. On the next page, we then see Plastic Man and Black Lightning land in the Mortal Kombat universe in front of Shang Tsung and Sub-Zero. Shang Tsung then says to them, who dare interrupt this most sacred Mortal Kombat? For that, you must fight Sub-Zero. As Sub-Zero starts to generate an ice blast, with Plastic Man and Black Lightning being very confused. We then see Wonder Woman has arrived in an arena all gladiator style as a voice says, welcome fans and friends alike, to a battle of the most dangerous women on the planet. At the far end of the Colosseum, we have the Princess of Themyscira, Wonder Woman, and on the other side, she with the blood red blades, the Scarlet Scourge, the Crimson She-Devil, Red Sonja. After this, we see the Joker arrive right in front of a creepy old house with him saying, well, what do we have here? Farmhouse? Walk around porch? Shiplap? I wonder what those Gotham house flippers would sell this for. Of course, we will never know after I murder murdered them for telling me to get rid of my sunroof. Joker then walks inside saying quaint, could use a bit more vandalism though, before a door slams behind him and he stumbles upon Annabelle the doll. As he looks at her saying, oh, what do we have here? A little doll? Won't this be fun? That's right, they're putting freaking Joker up against Annabelle. That's just crazy. After this, we see Batwoman arrive in front of a castle as she says, of course I get the Gothic castle. And I'm guessing whoever lives there, well, might as well introduce myself. She then makes her way in only to find Vampirella sitting on her throne. As Vampirella says, I must say you definitely know how to make an entrance. Before quickly appearing right behind Batwoman, peeking over her shoulder, telling her, though I wonder how much better your exit will be. Yeah, these setups are pretty fun, but we're not done because we see Star Sapphire arrive in Greendale only to be greeted by none other than Sabrina the Teenage Witch. Now, I've been very vocal that Sabrina the Teenage Witch is a problem and everybody's sleeping on her, alright? She has the power to shapeshift, all sorts of magic, dimensional travel, she can control the weather, raise the dead, and even manipulate reality itself. Don't be sleeping on cute little Sabrina the Teenage Witch. Anyway, Sabrina introduces herself asking Star Sapphire, what brings you to Greendale? She replies, I guess I'm here to fight you. Sabrina's like, fight? Why would we do that? Star Sapphire says, it's a long story, but in order to stop a great evil from destroying my world, we're supposed to fight. Create a bunch of Omega energy. Sabrina replies, oh, is that all? I bet I could whip up a nice spell that'll take care of some big baddie. Star Sapphire is like, I don't know if that's a good idea, but Sabrina does it anyway and starts conjuring up a spell causing everything to go flying around them, and then we're taken to Lex Luthor. He arrives in a forest as he stumbles upon Samantha Strong, who is currently killing someone, having them hung upside down from a tree, with her telling Lex, I really wish you hadn't seen this. If you're not familiar with Samantha Strong, she's from the IDW comic series Beneath the Trees, where nobody sees. She's an anthropomorphic bear who looks friendly and nice, but is actually a psychopathic serial killer. And now since Lex saw her killing somebody, she's gonna try to kill Lex. And Samantha gets straight to work as she starts attacking Lex with a knife. As Lex dodges, saying, a bear with a butcher knife, a bear? Lex dodges while she says, I'm not sure what you are, strange furless ape, but try to stay still, it will hurt less. As Lex says, I have to keep going, stay out of this furry miscreant's reach, as he crawls away in fear. Yeah, he's currently scared out of his mind from a talking cute bear who's apparently a serial killer. We are then taken to Superman, who we see is in the boys universe, as we see a vault building behind him as he's hovering in the air. He says to himself, strange, it doesn't look that different from Metropolis, as he hears people screaming, no, stop. Superman then flies down to the streets below saying, and just like in Metropolis, it seems like someone is in trouble. When he stands on the street, he asks, is there a problem here? Only to see Homelander standing there holding someone's arm that he just ripped off. Homelander then responds, a problem? Not when Homelander's on the scene, but I'm sorry, who the hell are you supposed to be? Yeah, it's finally happening, Superman versus Homelander, but let's be real, this battle should be Superman for the win easily. We're then taken back to Plastic Man and Black Lightning, who are currently fighting Sub-Zero. Sub-Zero is able to freeze Plastic Man and Black Lightning, but they break free with Plastic Man saying, I'm glad I was able to wrap us up before old Frost Freak here hit us with his magic snowballs. Black Lightning then says, I'm appreciative. Also, I never want to be that close to you again. Plastic Man says, that makes two of us. Now, can we finish this guy and save the world or what? As Black Lightning hits Sub-Zero with an electrical blast, and then Plastic Man makes a hammer out of his fist and smashes it into Sub-Zero's face. With that, they take round one, but Sub-Zero gets back up for round two as we see someone previously frozen behind them break free from the ice, and that someone is none other than Scorpion, as Scorpion throws his spear at them, while the caption says, test your might. Yeah, I love this. Plastic Man is all like, there are two? That's not fair. I mean, we're two, but still. As Scorpion is able to pierce his spear right through Black Lightning's shoulder, he then sets his eyes on Plastic Man, saying his iconic line, get over here. But it doesn't work. Plastic Man just uses his stretching ability to wrap up Scorpion while saying, now how about you get over here? Before throwing Scorpion into Sub-Zero with Black Lightning electrocuting both of them. Elsewhere, we see Wonder Woman going face to face with Red Sonja. Wonder Woman says, your abilities match even the greatest of my Amazon sisters, Red Sonja. She replies, you're a fine fighter yourself, princess, but to survive in the world of men, you'll need to be better. Wonder Woman then brings her sword up saying, I've survived worse than men, Crimson One. Then I will fight until my dying breath. But Red Sonja blocks Wonder Woman's strike with her shield as Wonder Woman says, yield. Red Sonja then backhands Wonder Woman with her shield saying, Red Sonja yields to no one. Sonja then charges towards Wonder Woman with her sword saying, prepare to die. As Wonder Woman says to herself, she's an incredible fighter, fury incarnate with the speed of a demon, but I am not without my abilities. As Wonder Woman blocks her attacks with her wristbands, causing a massive energy blast. We're then brought back to the battle most people want to see Homelander and Superman. As Superman says, "I'm sorry, but Homelander says, "Shh. Let me guess, you're here to kill me." Another in a long line of people trying to take my mantle as America's favorite superhero. Well, my friend, many have tried, but most had better outfits. As Homelander attacks Superman with his heat vision, but Superman just counters with his heat vision. Superman even says his heat vision, "It matches mine. I'll have to try something else." As Superman flies underground with Homelander saying, "Leaving so soon?" Now, the fact that Superman just said that Homelander's heat vision matches his and he's gonna have to try something else is already gonna get the community pissed off, because on paper, Superman should easily be able to take out Homelander. This shouldn't really be much of a contest, but obviously, to make a good story, they have to have Homelander put up a good fight. Anyway, Homelander then says to himself, "I've never seen someone run away by going underground. What a piece of..." But before he can finish his sentence, Superman flies out of the ground and uppercuts Homelander. As Superman says, Superman doesn't run away. Homelander then gathers himself, wipes the blood from his mouth while saying, "My turn." He then flies down to Superman, punch tackles him. We're then taken back to the World Forger, who's holding his hammer while saying, "The power from the battles is filling my hammer. I just can't hold," as he faints. Grodd then grabs him saying, "World Forger, no. Without his control, the fissures are collapsing on each other. If they merge, the energy will collapse and Darkseid will win." From here, we're taken back to Joker, who's having tea with Annabelle while saying to her, "Oh, Annabelle, you are a wicked one, aren't you? Why, your stories are almost as hilarious as my own," which really just makes me mad, as he smashes his teacup on the table, getting in her face saying, "I'm the only one that's supposed to be funny around here." Yeah, this is pretty twisted yet funny, because Joker's having an argument with a doll, an evil doll. But as Joker gets in Annabelle's face, Superman and Homelander come crashing through the roof. Joker then says, "Tea party crashers, how rude, especially when I was just about to enjoy my dessert. Now where is that wretched doll?" As the doll magically appears right in front of his face on the next panel. Meanwhile, we see Homelander holding Superman by the collar saying, "And here I thought you were going to be a challenge, Superman." As Superman headbutts Homelander, breaking his nose, causing it to bleed, with Superman standing over him saying, "I was about to say the same thing." At the same time, we see Joker swinging Annabelle the doll in the air in the background while saying, "I saw you move. I know it. I saw you move." From here, we're taken to Sabrina the Teenage Witch and Star Sapphire in Greendale, where Sabrina says, "Oh no, maybe I could use another spell to calm it down." Star Sapphire says, "No, I think you've done enough." But Sabrina does and says, "See?" As Star Sapphire says, "Sabrina, watch out." She then grabs her as we see Plastic Man, Black Lightning, Sub-Zero, and Scorpion coming from their reality to this one. Eventually, all the realities merge, with Superman and Homelander, Sabrina and Star Sapphire, Joker and Annabelle, Wonder Woman and Red Sonja, and so on and so forth, all end up fighting in the same reality. The reality Wonder Woman and Red Sonja are in, inside of the Coliseum. It's a pretty insane double-page spread, as we're seeing all these different characters from different IPs fighting each other for the very first time. I mean, Scorpion is full-on doing his Hellfire Blast to Black Lightning, Superman is blasting Heat Vision at Homelander. It's just crazy. We're then taken back to the World Forger, where he finally gets up and looks at the world literally being split open, saying, "I have failed." The realities are collapsing, folding in on each other until the universe dies. Without someone to wield a hammer and direct the Omega energy, we are lost. Grodd then tells him, "No, not yet. I can help you. We could reach out together, direct the Omega energy by connecting my mind with our champions." World Forger says, "You can't. Your powers aren't that." But Grodd interrupts saying, "Grab the hammer. Do what we came to do." So World Forger does exactly that, saying, "I could feel the energy. I need to give it to the Final Four. I need to do it now." At which point, the Omega energy he's gathered blasts through to where all these characters are fighting, as the red energy starts hitting all the non-DC characters like Annabelle, Red Sonja, Sabrina, and so on. As the Joker says, "Oh, thank goodness. She almost had me there." The World Forger's narration says, "I could feel Grodd's pushing, reaching out to those inside the fissure. His power combined with my own, leeching the Omega energy from those we have stolen from their realities. Champions, heroes, villains, all with their own lives, their own stories, now in service of our own. Grodd and I send them back, though some resist." As we see Homelander and Superman fighting each other with heat vision, as Homelander has his hands around Superman's neck saying, "Not yet, not until the Boy Scout is dead and buried." Again, the fact that he's giving Superman this hard of a time is annoying, but you gotta make all the characters look good when you're doing crossovers like this.
Yeah,
but Homelander too gets struck with the red energy and gets taken away, as the World Forger continues to say, The others, though they fought on the side of humanity, have done their duty and now become stone sentinels, overseers of the last battle, and finally we can send the energy into our final four, giving them the power to fight Darkseid's champions. The World Forger then imbues Superman, Wonder Woman, Joker, and Lex with all the Omega energy they just collected. With the final four brought back to Earth, Lex Luthor asks, did it work? The World Forger says it will have to. The others have been sent back to their own times, their own realities, and you now have enough power to fight Darkseid's champions. As Superman looks at Darkseid's champions, the Absolute Trinity, saying that it's time, let's finish this once and for all, as the four of them start charging the Absolute Trinity and Darkseid. And just like that, this leads us into DCKO issue 4. This was a very fun crossover, but I will say definitely lackluster. Though we did see Wonder Woman fight Red Sonja and Superman fight Homelander, we didn't get a clear winner for any of them. And unfortunately, it seemed like the DC characters were being powered down for the sake of story, which from a writer's perspective makes sense, but for us fans, we know that Superman would mop the floor with Homelander, Wonder Woman with Red Sonja, and so on and so forth. I just hoped we could have got a little more fan service in that area. It would have given us fans a little more to talk about rather than just like, really? That's it? But ultimately, story always comes first, but that's just our take. What did you guys think? Did you like it? Did you dislike it? Did you think it was lackluster? Let us know your thoughts down in the comments. Other than that, we will see you next time when we talk about all things comics.
That shit, son, was awesome. Oh man, awesome, but also some bull crap in the mix. Yes, like they already know over there at Variant Comics. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to Variant Comics. Yeah, check those guys out. Shout out to them, their team, and they do a damn good job as well. Oh man, you guys did a damn good job with this one. My brother did this cover for this issue today. Yes, they just posted this today, and I had to share that with you guys. And I'm like, yeah, for the first time seeing that with you guys. Yes, okay. I think it's oh man, I wonder what Brother Charles Faulkner Jr. thinks about that one because man, I know he's gonna be a little pissed too. He's like, what? I know you're gonna be like Superman. Yeah, his heat vision, Homelander's heat vision matches Superman's. No, that's bullcrap. No. And also too, like they threw Annabelle in there. I'm like the Annabelle doll. I'm like, where the hell she come from? And Joker, his evil ass. I'm like, okay, he's just evil fighting against evil. I'm like, I don't know, yeah, how is he supposed to fight against Annabelle? I'm like, well, y'all have yet to show like any back and forth tug of war with them two. So hopefully that will come into the next issue. So what do you say, issue 4? But yeah, then Red Sonja, I'm like, ooh, damn. I'm like, Red Sonja was looking a little thick, ain't she? I'm like, oh, okay, shit. And they gave her some thick warrior thighs, didn't she? Oh man, hell, she might get Wonder Woman some trouble. Shit. But yeah, I know they had to make it, nerf Superman a little bit just to make it a little nerf Superman and Homelander just to make it like somewhat of an even match between them. Maybe build up to where to show that Superman overcomes Homelander. Hopefully they do. But man, yeah, then Black Lightning, then them having a Mortal Kombat motherfuckers from Mortal Kombat reality in there. Mortal Kombat characters such as Sub-Zero and Scorpion fighting off against Black Lightning. I'm like, oh man, I'm like, this shit is wild. This shit is wild. I'm like, yeah, this DCKO tournament, man, is off the chain. So yeah, let me get the next video ready, man. So that was great. That's a great video, very comic. Shout out to you guys. Peace and blessings to y'all. So, yep, and fair use on that one. Fair use on this too. So here we go. We got another one. Let's check this out.
When I ask you the question, is it wise to smash a shapeshifter? What's the first thing you think about, viewer? It's a sarcastic question because we already know what you think about one of them. Anybody who reads comics, and many who don't read comics, knows without a shadow of a doubt that Mystique is bad. Plus, she can turn to any waifu you want. So you're thinking right now that I'm stupid for asking the question. But am I really stupid for asking the question, viewer? Or are you just too gooned out of your mind to understand the consequences? Two things can be true at once, Knight. Silence, fool! Because I'm about to explain to all of you why shapeshifters are... But first, I feel like I must explain to some of you that this video that is about fictional shapeshifters is not about trans people. This is not a political channel, and I am not an ally. I am an introvert, which means I'm tired and I hate everyone equally. So if you get quote-unquote triggered by listening to me explain the cons of shapeshifters, just know, and listen to this part well, just know, I don't give a fuck. I hate politics, and everything is not about politics. There is no left or right here. Oh no. There's a side that loves to tickle biggies, and a side that worships the gods. This channel is for the men of culture, and the ladies, of course, to come together as one to judge the pros and the cons of their favorite waifus. Now, let's begin. Alright, picture this. You, the average man, met Storm one day and she decided to let you hit. Good for you, right? Yeah. So she pulls you into her place and you start giving her the meanest caveman back shots you can muster. Oh yeah, you're in there. But wait! All of a sudden, Storm whispers into your ear and says, I got a surprise for you, baby. And then all of a sudden, in the midst of the back shots, she turns into Mystique. Wow! And then you're like,
Oh yeah! I think I want to have sexual relations.
You about to go crazy. 2 for the price of 1. You get the chocolate and the blueberry. It's too good to be true. But before you can continue, she starts laughing at you. And you're like, what's so funny? And she's like, this wasn't a surprise. I just want to make sure you were in the shapeshifters. And you think about it and you're like, yeah. And she's like, good. And then all of a sudden, she transforms and turns into Oolong. No!
No! God, please, no! 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 No!
Oh yeah, keep that same energy. Don't switch up now. Oolong from Dragon Ball can do the same thing Mystique can do. Now, not exactly in the same way, but he can do it. And by going to brain logic, if you can smash a shapeshifter, simply for the fact that they can transform into any waifu that you can imagine, then you should be okay with this. But if you're not okay with this, then you're probably seeing my point right about now. As the average man, you don't know what you just hit. Did you really just smash a pig? Or was it really Mystique? The fact of the matter is, since you're the average man, you have no way of knowing. You either just had the best night of your life, This is what just happened. Which brings up my biggest problem for this type of waifu. Trust. The majority of people and creatures who have this power in fiction and folklore cannot be trusted. And in folklore, these types of creatures are usually seen as evil, somewhat evil, maybe sometimes good, or simply just tricksters. An example of this in folklore would be a skinwalker, which is a malevolent witch capable of transforming into, possessing, or disguising themselves as an animal, which doesn't really sound scary until you see an example of it. My main point is, though, is that most characters in fiction that have this ability either couldn't be trusted at one point or can't be trusted at all. And you gotta think past the looks for a second and look at the bigger picture. She may be able to turn to 8 billion women, and maybe she's giving it up to you every night. But you have to really think for a second, what else is she really doing with those powers? Because if she can be anyone, why would she only stick with one person? Maybe, just maybe, you could be giving back shots to her, and the next day she turns into a man, or a dog, or worse, your dad. Remember, Mystique can be anybody she wants to be. And what if one day she decides to turn into your dad and trick your mom into the bedroom? And you may be thinking, Mystique wouldn't do that. Mystique wouldn't turn to a whole nother person, especially if that person was a man, right? And screw some woman and get her pregnant with that man's identity? Bruh, yes she would. She's done it before. In fact, that's how Nightcrawler was born. Let me explain. In X-Men Blue Origins, #1, in 2023, it was confirmed that Mystique turned into a man, and from what I read, it could have been Azazel, to give her lover, Irene Adler, aka Destiny, the back shots. Now before this issue, apparently beforehand, it was thought that Mystique was the mother of Nightcrawler, and the father was Azazel, but no, apparently that was retcon. Now officially, apparently she's the father, and Destiny is the mother. What? This is where I draw the line for me and shapeshifters. I don't really care what a shapeshifter can turn into, as long as it's not a man, or simply a monster, you know, I wouldn't care. But as soon as she turns into a man, I'm done. Could you even really call Mystique a waifu at this point? Some would argue yes, because she is a female, but think about it this way. If you found out one day that the supposed woman, who isn't really a woman but a man pretending to be a woman, used to be a man, and even got a chick pregnant once, would you realistically be okay with that? My honest answer that I believe most men that were straight would probably say is no. Now if you're about that rainbow and cupcake life, That's you. I don't care if you were still Smash, but I would probably judge you and likely laugh at you. Now, why would I do that? Because it's weird. This ain't natural. She had a whole woman pregnant and has been pregnant herself. No wonder Mystique used to suffer from schizophrenia at one point. Her mind can't possibly go through that many different identities and still be sane. Sooner or later, she's going to develop an identity crisis. And when that happens, is she your woman or your husband? Or is she simply an object that has no identity herself and can only assume the identity of others? Now, just to make this clear about Mystique's shape-shifting abilities, specifically, she can instantly alter the formation of her biological cells, and as a result, she can cause herself to look and sound like an exact duplicate of any human, humanoid, or semi-humanoid, and any being of any sex, wearing virtually any type of clothing. And her control over this is so perfect that she can precisely duplicate another person's retina pattern in her own eyes, fingers, palm, and even skin pores, plus the skin and the smell. And she can even copy a person's heat signature and adjust her vocal cords to the point of corresponding voice prints. And she has total control over every aspect of her physiology, and her abilities go far beyond mimicry. She can adapt to almost any situation. She can turn to animals like Beast Boy, except they're not green. She can grow wings, and she can even flatten her body like Plastic Man. And she surprisingly has a lot of other abilities and powers too, but I wanted to focus on the shape-shifting ones. Now, other than her powers, her personality is, well, almost every bad thing you think she would do with her powers, she's done. And that includes taking over the identity of someone who is either out of the picture or dead, and basically taking over their life completely. Now, I can go all day about all the bad things Mystique has done, but the only thing you really need to know is that she will screw you physically, financially, and unlawfully. And most male children that she had, whether it was the main continuity Mystique or an alternate one, she abandoned them. So she's an awful mother. That doesn't stop her from trying to get in relationships though. Oh no. From what I counted, she's been married at least 3 times, and all in all had 11 romantic relationships. And every relationship that she had with a human seemed to be her under disguise as someone else. So it wasn't genuine interest. She was just with that person to further her own goals and status, basically being a gold digger. And let me remind you of one big thing. Mystique is a mutant terrorist, so she doesn't generally like or trust humans at all. Long story short, she's a bad person. Even if she were to let you hit, she won't be letting you hit for free. Oh no. Most characters that have dealt with Mystique have suffered in one way or another, Wolverine included, so more or less, you would just be the next guy she manipulates. Moving on, next one up, Envy, from the anime Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. Now, Envy is not a waifu. The best way to describe Envy is a monster, but officially, he's a homunculus. And a homunculus in this series refers to a medieval legendary concept of an artificially created human, presumably brought into existence by certain means of alchemy. So more or less, he was created by someone, and that someone is called Father. And Envy specifically is the embodiment of some of Father's envy. Envy is also 200 years old and has abilities like immortality, regeneration, enhanced physical capabilities, shape-shifting, obviously. And besides shape-shifting, the last two are the biggest cons: his giant monstrous form and body puppetry. Now, if you've never seen Fullmetal Alchemist, you don't know what those last 2 things really look like, so let me show you. Now, this giant green form is his big true form when he's literally at his strongest. But when he's at his weakest, after receiving a bunch of damage and can't regenerate, he looks like this. Ew! Now, you're probably wondering, Knight, why are you talking about Envy if he's not a waifu? Well, he can turn into a waifu, that's for sure, but mostly he refers to and mostly takes a male form, and it's usually this weird looking form you see here. Now, I brought Envy up to basically prove my point even more. He's a homunculus, so he generally has no sex, but he can basically do the same thing Mystique can do. But again, not exactly. There are some differences in their shape-shifting abilities, but yes, also in general, it's simply the same thing. If you were to tell me you would still smash this dude, or smash him in his feminine form, then you, my friend, have a sickness. You have lost the way. But don't worry, my friend, I'll help you find it. Envy is a great example of how horrifying a shapeshifter can really be, which reminds me, just off topic, Pennywise is a shapeshifter too. So yeah, when someone can turn into anything, and I mean anything with no limits, it makes the being seem like more of a monster than a human. Now, of course, whether you see a shapeshifter as a monster or a hero has a whole lot to do with their character. No one's really scared of characters like Beast Boy or Martian Manhunter or Pure from Dragon Ball. and it's because they have a kind of an endearing personality that you can trust. But Mystique and Envy can more or less be called tricksters, manipulators, and unfortunately monsters. Now, a lot like Mystique, Envy hates humans too, but for different reasons. Envy is secretly jealous of humans' inner strength and their mutual beneficial friendships that they share, and he's jealous of this because most of Envy's kind show very little concern or emotional support for one another, and this jealousy motivates Envy to hate and mistreat humans very personally, and it usually causes him to kill without hesitation, and he usually plays with his target's emotions to gain a psychological advantage. Honestly, a lot like Pennywise, except more in a mocking tone. He doesn't care if you're afraid of him like Pennywise, he wants you to feel stupid. This thing has boasted about ruining lives, reputations, and even souls. The dude even started a war just to watch humans fight and kill each other. And it's not in his profile, but I wouldn't put it past him to say he's insane. He really enjoys using the faces that people know just to catch them off guard, only for him to kill them. He's a monster in every which way. So if you will smash this one, I'm checking your internet history, you nasty. Alright, the last shapeshifters we have to talk about is the Tenzin from the anime Hell's Paradise. Now they're a group of 7 members that are artificial beings that were created over 10 centuries ago by Rian. And Rian created them using her mastery of Tao and a specialized Tao puppet. Now in case you're wondering,
Okay,
Tao
I'm gonna check
is the
that anime
fundamental
out.
life force energy present in all living and non-living things, and it acts as the power system in the anime Hell's Paradise. And the Tenzin are basically made of flower Tao, and they have a plant-based autonomy, meaning in this case they are engineered beings who were created using flowers and plants as a mold. Now the freaky ass Tenzin 7 basically have 3 big things that are huge cons. And the first one is where they live. They live on an island called Kotoku Island, and it's filled with a whole bunch of dangerous monsters that can kill you and turn you into trees. And none of those monsters are sexy, so they're all cons. Ugly cons. Now the next con is their Kishikai transformation. And this is an ultimate monstrous combat form assumed by Tenzin when they merge their yin and yang chi, resulting in a giant flower-like or monstrous appearance. Now in this state, they significantly increase their strength and Tao manipulation, allowing them to unleash devastating attacks, though it may consume immense energy. This one's an obvious con because this form just seems to be their crash out state. It's like their Bankai, except obviously weaker. And if they're in this form, they're obviously going to kill you. Now something else crossed my mind while reading this. I forgot that all the Tenzin have the power to transform humans into plants, and they do this by injecting individuals with flower Tao, which then turns the human into a blooming flower human hybrid, and this is the main method they use to kill intruders on their island, so that sucks. And the last con is their ability to shapeshift from male to female. Now every time I see this in the anime, I'm just like, pause, hold up, does that man have titties now? Every time it happens, I have to blink twice and look both ways. I get confused because I could have sworn that the Tenzin were drawing hands, but then I blink and they drawing coochie. But I guess they call it Bochu Jutsu. And from what I looked up, this means sexual alchemy. Yeah, okay, buddy, sure it is. These people are some freaks, because this Bochu Jutsu is basically just Rin getting the back shots. But I suppose besides pleasure, it also helps manage and replenish their Tao to sustain their immortality. So I'll dumb it down for you, viewer. Basically, more or less, the Tenzin can get stronger from the back shots. And I'm not kidding in the slightest. I looked up what Bochu Jutsu means specifically, and besides managing and replenishing their Tao, it also should manipulate their energy by absorbing life force through sexual intimacy. This involves blending the yin and yang chi to recover lost energy and augment their overall Tao power. Augment means to increase or enlarge or to improve. They get stronger off the back shots. Now my point is, the only reason I see this as a con is this isn't normal. It's more like a sci-fi type situation. To be able to change your sex randomly and to be able to get stronger just off of intimacy by itself just seems outlandishly crazy, and honestly it just makes them seem more like monsters than actual people. Now could they be intimate with humans? Yes, likely, but will they? No. And this is because most of the Tenzin have a superiority complex, except for Mei. Mei's cool. Everybody else though is like, F them humans. And if they see a human, they're very likely to kill them, unless you have a good amount of strength like Chobe. Then they might try to make you a warrior. But nah, in all seriousness, the only reason Rian did Bochu Jutsu with Chobe was to study his Tao, or more specifically, to study his unique and rapid adaptation, and his overall strength. Plus it makes this creature stronger, so why not? Now, tell me in the comments what you think about each of these different shapeshifters, and which ones would you consider a good and legitimate waifu? Oh, and I forgot to mention, Mei from Hell's Paradise is the best choice on this list, since she is a Tenzin and good, but she does look young at first, and this is surprisingly because of Rian. More or less, her young appearance is a punishment for rebelling against Rian. But from what I looked up, in her past, she was an adult, or at least she looked like an adult, and she's like 1,000+ years old. Still, her child form bothers me, so she's gonna have to get the other form back because I can't work with this. Anyways, tell me what you think in the comments, and tell me, would you take a chance to smash a shapeshifter, even if they were evil, or not? Tell me in the comments, and you guys have a great day. Bye.
Nah, whereas I thought of that before, but I was like, nah, until I thought of it, I'm like, oh man, yeah, Mystique does be changing into male characters, damn it, to suit whatever whenever it suits her interests, you know. So yeah, I'm like, well, that's wild. Yeah, I can't do that. I wouldn't be able to mess with a shapeshifter at all. But that video was hilarious, man. Check that guy out, man. I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys know who he is. So yeah, and, wow, I will be able to. Yeah, but that's funny. And I'm gonna check out this little Hell's Paradise because I came across that title. So I'm like, wow. And I think that's what a lot of these Ligibbets, these alphabet. Yeah. So my bad about that. But yeah, I wouldn't be able to smash a damn shapeshifter now. You know, Mystique Damon does have a body though in her default form, but nah, I'm cool. And I'm with dude. But shout out to him, man. Like you guys probably know who he is. You know, he has a lot of subscribers. But nah, because I'm with dude. What he said, man. Like soon as she changed into a man, that's it. That's over with. Hell no. Oh man, I'm good. So but yeah, so we're gonna be jumping into our next video. Thank you guys, man, for chilling back with me during this Geek-verse. So yeah, we're gonna check that out. So we're gonna check this out, this next video real quick. But yeah, but shout out to that brother man for that one. That was a hilarious video. Yeah, he put that together. He pieced that together real well. So that was funny. And yeah, I'm totally in agreement with him. Yeah, this is kind of crazy, and the way he was explaining that whole Hell's Paradise, and I don't know, man. It's just and me seeing the battle scenes and all that stuff, and yeah, I'm kind of curious, but still, I'm like, hopefully, I ain't gotta fight through so much of this whole uh, rainbow activity. So hopefully it's not too much to bear. Because if it is, damn it, I will abort. I will abort. But yeah, but let's go into the next video real quick.
What's up, everybody? We are back at it with the third issue of the main DC KO title, and it is another good one. There are several insane reveals in this issue, but if you're not up to speed on the story, you can go back and watch our episode on issue 2 right here. But it's also important to know
Oh, I thought that's not the same one I showed. Okay, hold on, because this is a different guy from the Barrier team. Okay, from the Barrier comic team. All right, yeah, shout out to them. Fair use. Let's check this out. It shouldn't be the same one.
What's up, everybody? We are back at it with the third issue of the main DC KO title, and it is another good one. There are several insane reveals in this issue, but if you're not up to speed on the story, you can go back and watch our episode on issue 2 right here. But it's also important to note that December was all fight month for DC KO, which featured 8 different 1v1 battles, including Superman versus Captain Atom, which went to Superman, Aquaman versus Hawkman, which went to Aquaman, Wonder Woman versus Lobo, which went to Wonder Woman, Cyborg versus Swamp Thing, which went to Cyborg, Harley Quinn versus Zatanna, and Zatanna took that one. Then there's Jay Garrick the Flash versus Guy Gardner Green Lantern, which went to Guy Gardner, Lex Luthor versus Etrigan the Demon, which went to Lex, and Red Hood versus the Joker, where Jason finally gets his revenge on the Joker, but after a crazy ending, the Joker actually took the fight and remained in the tournament. Anyway, the outcomes of all these individual matchups now come into play in the main title, and over the next couple of weeks, we'll probably put together one big episode that breaks down all these individual fight issues. But for now, let's see where things pick up in issue 3 of DC KO. All right, so the issue opens up in some kind of utopia as the Heart of Apocalypse narrates saying, in the split second before the next round begins, Clark hears screaming, the screaming of children. His muscles tense, but then he realizes these children aren't screaming with fear or pain, but with joy. The world they live in is peaceful and safe and thriving. Is it Earth? It is, he sees, but somehow it's also him, Superman. He's in every particle, every atom, which of course is a direct but opposite play on what Superman saw in DC KO #1 regarding Darkseid and how he was transforming the universe. Anyway, the Heart goes on to say, and then he understands this is his vision, the one he had on the way into the tournament. This is the universe as it could be if he wins. The universe bent toward him, shaped by him, if he takes the crown and keeps it. A place where people live in harmony, a shining symphonic civilization, brave and hopeful, reaching out, hands open. He wants to look away, but he can't. The beauty is too much. We then cut to Superman as he wakes up in a void, as the Heart of Apocalypse says, which is when I rip it away. Lex then approaches Superman in the void saying, good dream, Superman? Me? I had a freaking great one. But before he can say another word, the remaining heroes and villains boom into the void as well. And again, after the first 2 rounds of challenges and fights, the remaining champions are Superman, Lex Luthor, Cyborg, Wonder Woman, Joker, Guy Gardner Green Lantern, Zatanna, and Aquaman. And just like Superman and Lex Luthor, each of them have just been ripped out of their own visions, with each of those visions centered around the champion's greatest desire and the outcome of what will happen if they win the tournament. Superman then turns to Wonder Woman and asks, are we all that's left? But just as she goes to reply, the Heart of Apocalypse says, welcome, champions, to the 3rd round of the tournament. In pursuit of victory, Darkseid occasionally allied himself with unexpected beings. So for this battle, you will fight in teams. Each of you must choose a partner. Wonder Woman asks the Heart, from where? Among ourselves? The Heart replies, no, from among them, as we see statues of all of the fallen champions appear behind them. The Heart then adds, there is one of you, though, who has generated more Omega energy than the rest, and so will get to choose a partner from all realms of reality, and that champion is the Joker, which of course is not surprising at all because the Joker has been pulling some crazy stuff in this tournament so far, including putting on Adam's belt, making himself a giant and eating people, and then shrinking down and invading and wreaking havoc on Big Barda's brain. I mean, he's the Joker, what else did you expect? And he just laughs saying, I love this game. Anyway, the Heart goes on to explain, for the rest, the choice stands before you. You can choose a former foe or an ally. You can choose for wisdom, strength, or chaos, but choose quickly or the choice will be made for you. We get a view of the remaining champions thinking about who they will choose, including Superman. As the Heart tells us, Clark is the last to decide. I am just about to choose for him when he takes his partner. Followed by the splash title page that says, Chapter 3, No Mercy. mercy. We then get back-to-back pages with the first showing the remaining champions, followed by their teams and who they will be fighting. The Heart tells us fresh off a brutal round of one-on-one battles, all fights to the death. The victors emerge into this, the next challenge. And on the next page, we see that Guy Gardner has chosen Hal Jordan and is going up against Superman and Shazam, which just seems like a completely lopsided fight, but we'll see how this plays out. But with another interesting choice, we see that Lex has chosen Supergirl, who absolutely hates Lex Luthor, so we'll have to see what Lex has up his sleeve on that one. But they'll be fighting Aquaman and Hawkman. Yes, Aquaman chose his friend and the hero he just defeated during Fight Month. But from there, we have Wonder Woman and Big Barda versus Cyborg and Connor Hawke, which also seems like a lopsided fight. And finally, Zatanna and John Constantine versus Joker and a mystery selection. And this is the Joker, who the Heart is allowing to choose a partner from all realms of reality, so you know this is gonna be nuts. But before we jump into the next part of the story, this is my guy Fozzie. He is a 140-pound Bernese mountain dog, and this lovable drool machine is part of our family. So understandably, we want him to be as healthy as possible, which is where today's sponsor, the Farmer's Dog, steps in. Because it's a new year, so while I'm working to get back on the health wagon, I'm doing the same for Fozzie by changing up his diet to a fresh food plan from the Farmer's Dog. All their pet meals are made with fresh, human-grade ingredients that are formulated to help him maintain a healthy weight. And just like us, that will lead to him living a longer, happier life. In fact, dogs at a healthy weight can live up to 2.5 years longer. So we're starting him off with 1 chicken and 1 beef recipe, and he's been housing every ounce from the first bag. But the Farmer's Dog has also partnered with Fi to kick off 2026. And by adding the Fi Series 3 Plus GPS collar, I can keep track of Fozzie's physical location for when he decides to go off on a squirrel hunt, but I can also monitor his daily activity levels, sleep patterns, and other behavioral insights to help me track his overall health progress. And as a New Year's bonus, we want to hook you guys up with the same combo for your dog. Just use our link in the description to sign up for your first box of the Farmer's Dog between January 13th and January 27th, and you'll get 50% off, plus the world's smartest GPS collar, the Fi Series 3 Plus GPS collar, for free. And that includes 6 months of Fi membership, which is over a $99 value. Again, just use our link in the description and give your dog a healthier 2026. All right, so jumping back to DCKO issue 3, the bell rings and we see that the Heart has transported the champions to a series of arenas for their matchups. And we find ourselves in Arena 1, where Guy Gardner and Hal Jordan are about to face off with Superman and Shazam, 2 of DC's most powerful beings, full stop. Anyway, Guy tells Superman, look, I know what you're thinking. Yes, there were way better choices, more powerful, smarter, handsomer, but me, hey, I always choose my friends. But Superman just waves him on like Neo in the Matrix, and the 2 teams charge each other. Meanwhile, in Arena 2, we see Aquaman and Hawkman going up against Lex Luthor and Supergirl. Aquaman and Hawkman have a friendly exchange, but when Lex Luthor says to his chosen teammate Supergirl, all right, Kryptonian, let's finish them, she responds by knocking him across the arena while screaming, you seriously thought I'd fight alongside you? And that went exactly how you thought it might go. She then says to Aquaman and Hawkman, well, I want a new team up. How about it, Arthur, Carter? All of us against this jerk. We then cut to Arena 3, where Big Barda and Wonder Woman are getting ready to unleash the fury of the gods. But we also see Connor Hawke hug Cyborg, saying, thanks for the shot, pal. To which Cyborg replies, you're one of the deadliest fighters in the world, Connor. And now that I've just infused you with nano enhancements, they won't know what hit them, as those 2 groups charge each other as well. And then finally, in Arena 4, we see Zatanna and John Constantine facing down Joker and his yet to be revealed mystery partner. Zatanna screams, well, Joker, who did you choose? To which the Joker replies, oh, you know me, I just love to laugh. So I figured, why not pick someone who loves to laugh too? As we see his partner revealed as the Batman who laughs, which of course is one of the craziest and most powerful versions of the Joker to ever exist in the DC universe. We're talking about a dark multiverse hybrid of Bruce Wayne and the Joker. So realizing how much trouble they're in, John Constantine and Zatanna waste no time in utilizing their magic and put the Joker and the Batman who laughs in chains. But just as it looks like they have the 2 Jokers contained, Constantine says, hang on. This doesn't smell like dark multiverse. Trust me, I know a con when I see one. The Joker then turns to the Batman who laughs and says, ha, the jig is up, old friend. I know how much you love a good trick, so let's play an old favorite, shall we? Go on now, show them who you really are. To which the Batman who laughs replies, all right, if you insist. He then snaps his fingers as the Joker says, so kids, what's better than a king? An emperor. As it's revealed that the Batman who laughs was actually Mixies Spitlick, the 5th dimensional imp in disguise, and he lends the Joker his 5th dimensional power to become Emperor Joker, which is exactly what the Joker meant when he said, "Let's play an old favorite trick, shall we?" Now, for those of you who aren't familiar with Emperor Joker, he is from a Superman storyline by Jeff Loeb back in 2000, where he gets his hands on Mxyzptlk's power and transforms the universe into his own personal horror funhouse. It's a great story, and we actually have an entire episode on it right here. But again, this version of the Joker is beyond OP. I mean, he's got Mixie's head posted on the top of his staff, for God's sake. It's just insane. Now, at this point, obviously, both Zatanna and John Constantine know they are screwed. And with that power in the hands of the Joker, there's almost nothing you can do to stop him. And he immediately demonstrates that by saying "Abra-kablam," followed by dropping these massive stones on them that write out "Ha." So with Emperor Joker pretty much sealing the fate for that matchup, we cut to Wonder Woman and Big Barda versus Cyborg and Connor. Wonder Woman uses her lasso to throw Big Barda at Connor, which he just barely dodges. And when he gets up, he says to Cyborg, "I appreciate you picking me to be your partner, Cyborg, but why not pick someone stronger or with magic?" Cyborg then begins to transfer something onto Connor while saying, "Like I said, you're one of the deadliest fighters in the world, but I picked you because of how you're deadly. The style of fighting you studied at ashrams, it's all about human impulse and unpredictability, right? Surprise, perfect for going up against traditional warriors. And once I scan your skills and absorb them, I can fight just like you." Connor then realizes Cyborg's plan and says, "And with your enhancements, I'm as strong and as fast as you. Twin Titans," as the two then charge Big Barda and Wonder Woman. We then cut back to John Constantine and Zatanna versus Emperor Joker. And while the two are using every ounce of magic they possess to hold off the Emperor Joker, it's no use, as we see John Constantine fall first and become completely Jokerized. We then see that Cyborg and Connor are starting to get the upper hand over Wonder Woman and Big Barda. But Wonder Woman screams, "Barda, punch me as hard as you can." Barda is reluctant, but Wonder Woman says, "Just do it." At which point Barda responds, "All right, Diana, but this is gonna hurt." We then see her leap into the air and her punch comes down directly onto Wonder Woman's gauntlets. And the impact obliterates everything in the arena, including Cyborg and Connor Hawk. The heart even tells us the gauntlets were forged from Aegis. They don't just reflect blows, they amplify them. The blast could shake the heavens, or in this case, hell. With nothing left in the arena but Wonder Woman, Barda, and a bunch of rubble, Barda asks, "Was this why you chose me, Diana? My strength?" To which Diana replies, "No, you were trained in the fire pits of Apocalypse. You know the way of war there. I need you to tell me everything you know about the Heart of Apocalypse now." We then see Zatanna make her final stand before she too becomes Jokerized and the two lose to Emperor Joker. At which point Mxyzptlk tells him, "I did what you asked, clown. I lived up to my end of the bargain. Now send me home." Emperor Joker just sighs and says fine, followed by saying his name backwards, releasing the 5th dimensional imp. Now with those two battles concluded, we have two left, and we are taken to Superman and Shazam versus the two Green Lanterns. We see Superman attempt to hit Hal Jordan with his heat vision, while at the same time Guy Gardner lands a punch against Shazam. The two teams go back and forth, but when Superman lands a serious punch on Hal, he apologizes. But Hal responds by saying, Don't you dare do that. Omega energy, remember?" It's funny though, I think a lot of us figured you'd be the one to beat, Clark. He then smirks and says, "Which is why, for my one item, I brought this." As we see him use his ring to reveal he brought a Black Mercy, which attaches itself to Superman, which of course is an amazing callback from one of Superman's most iconic stories titled "For the Man Who Has Everything," where it's the villain Mongol who uses this alien parasite called the Black Mercy to entrap Superman in a utopia-like dream state. And that is exactly how Green Lantern attempts to use it against Superman as well. As the Heart of Apocalypse tells us, a Black Mercy, the alien parasite that nearly killed Clark once before. A baby Hal took from Sector 2811 encased in his very will. It attaches to its host's pleasure centers and plunges them into a dream, a perfect, painless vision. And just like that, Clark is off the game board. We are then taken back to the arena with Supergirl, Lex Luthor, Aquaman, and Hawkman, where Supergirl is pummeling Lex Luthor into the ground while saying, "Why in your wildest dreams did you think I'd side with you?" But Lex Luthor just wipes the blood off of his mouth while saying, "Because of this," followed by hitting Supergirl with red kryptonite. Aquaman and Hawkman attempt to approach Supergirl, but she just turns around and says, "Red kryptonite, it makes us rage." And as the effects of the red kryptonite set in, she turns and looks in Superman while saying, "Cousin, I'm sorry for what I'm about to do." We then find ourselves inside Superman's mind and the dream state in which he finds himself due to the Black Mercy. Clark is in the kitchen with Lois preparing food for that game night we first found them in KO number 1. Clark tells Lois, "I was just looking for that good wine, the one Ray made in that micro vineyard," to which Lois responds, "Ah, so you're not hiding." Because remember, Clark doesn't like games because he doesn't like for people to lose. So Lois tells Clark, "You know, when Lucy and I were little, our father never let either of us win at games. Me, I liked it, but Lucy, it crushed her. But he saw it as an act of love. Bruce is like that. He'll push you to win as an act of love, even if it makes you hate him. Twisted as it sounds. With you take more joy in seeing other people win. So it doesn't work, and admittedly makes for a kind of awkward game night. But hey, at least we have good wine. Come on, Smallville, get out there and be Superman." But at that moment, Superman's dream transitions back to that vibrant and utopianistic future, at which point the Heart of Apocalypse tells us he is Superman. But something is different here in his vision. The Mercy takes it further, for he realizes that in this place, he didn't just fix the present. No, here he, Superman, has fixed everything, the future, and even the past. But how? Suddenly, someone is coming through time to meet him, and then they arrive. His parents, Jor-El and Laura. Jor-El then hugs his son as the Heart continues to say, "Clark has never felt so much peace, never felt so whole." Lois's words come back to him, "Get out there and be Superman." The memory fills him with rage. Rage at Hal, at the cursed plant, at the dream, at me, at the game itself, but also at the truth, because that dream could be his reality. It could be our reality. Why shouldn't he win it all? Fix everything? Why shouldn't we want him to? As we see Superman shake himself from the Black Mercy's imposed dream state and destroy the Black Mercy completely. He then turns all of that rage onto the 2 Green Lanterns as the narration continues to say, "With the world falling apart, the doomsday clock at midnight, don't you want him to save us all? I do. And in this moment, Clark wants it too. Wants it with the burning of 1,000 roaring suns." We then cut back to the other arena where Kara has now transitioned into a giant Kryptonian rage monster, and she's holding Aquaman in one hand and Hawkman in the other. As Lex Luthor calmly stands to the side while explaining to Aquaman, "I spliced red kryptonite with silver to heighten delusions, added a speck of black to cause violent dislocation, and voila, Designer K." We then see Kara squeeze Hawkman until he physically explodes, followed immediately by crushing Aquaman into the ground, killing him. As Lex just calmly says, "And so man held dominion over air and sea." And that, my friends, leaves one battle left, so we are taken back to Arena 1 where we see Hal and Guy Gardner are completely knocked unconscious, and Superman approaches Billy saying, "I'm sorry I brought you into this." But Shazam responds, "Don't be sorry. Like I said, you gave me a second chance. That's who you are." But we see Superman's demeanor shift as the Heart tells us, is it though? He told himself he chose Billy to give the boy a second chance. But was there another reason? There was. He knows it. Behind him, Hal and Guy are getting to their feet. They are about to use their rings to craft green kryptonite. Synthetic. An old trick, but effective enough. Clark can sense it. Superman then tells Billy, "I also chose you because of what you can do with your powers for others." And what happens next is the kind of Saturday morning cartoon madness that makes DCKO so much freaking fun. Because the Heart tells us the boy realized what Clark means, smiles, and says the word Shazam. Hal and Guy then try to turn away from the blinding light as Guy says, "Lord, someone turn down the power." And on the next page, it's revealed that Shazam has passed his power to Superman. As Superman says, "How about we turn it way up?" Yes, my friends, you are staring at a Superman Shazam combo, and as far as comics go, it does not get any more fun than that. And the Heart echoes this by saying power. Clark crackles with it. Billy Batson is one of the few heroes who can share his powers with others, as he has done with his Marvel family. Solomon's wisdom, Hercules' strength, Atlas's stamina, Zeus's power, Achilles' courage, and Mercury's speed, all added to Clark's own power. Darkseid chose allies who could help him win, and we now know that that is exactly what Superman did by choosing Shazam. We then see Hal and Guy's shocked faces as they realize it is over, followed by Superman loading up and completely unleashing on the 2 Green Lanterns. The Heart then continues to tell us he takes them out in seconds, but as he does, he wonders, was it this place? Am I getting to him? The dark, twisted Heart of Apocalypse? In this moment, Clark doesn't know, but it feels good to win. We then see another flashback from the game night in issue 1. And as Clark re-enters the room, Bruce tells him, "There you are, we thought you quit." To which Clark responds, "You wish, Bruce." And remember, Bruce is currently fighting his own war trying to get back into the tournament in the Night Fight title. Anyway, we then see Superman standing there still with Shazam's powers as the heart says KO. And as he looks over at the other arena, he sees Lex Luthor staring back at him. While the heart tells us, across the way he sees Lex has won too. But there is something in Lex's look, something Clark isn't sure he has ever seen in those eyes before: admiration. However, the heart then tells the remaining champions, round 3 is over. Congratulations. Only you 4 champions remain. Time for round 4. Superman replies, round 4? Here? Now? And this, my friends, is the last and craziest reveal of this issue, as the heart says yes, now, but not here, as they are transported to a place that looks like Apocalypse, while the heart continues to tell them the penultimate round will take place here, on a world that belongs to the King Omega, Darkseid. The Joker then laughs, saying, "Nice, so the next round takes place on Apocalypse, eh? My kind of place." But Lex side-eyes him, saying, "No, you idiot, this isn't Apocalypse." A somber Superman then says, "Lex is right, this is Earth." Wonder Woman then chimes in asking, "But how? We were still fighting." But the Heart of Apocalypse responds, "Seems you ran out of time, Diana. So yes, this is your Earth, but you are no longer its champions." And on the final page of the issue, the heart says they are, as it reveals Darkseid, who is still disguised as Booster Gold, along with Omega-powered Absolute Batman, Absolute Superman, and Absolute Wonder Woman, as the final caption says, "Now let the true fight begin." This, my friends, is what everybody is waiting for, the full reveal of the Absolute Trinity and the role they are going to play in this broader KO event. What is it going to look like when the Absolute Universe, which has been one of the greatest additions to mainstream comics in decades, collides with the main DC universe? Well, it seems we are going to find out in DC KO issue 4. For me, this was just another great issue in this event and a ton of fun. But what did you guys think? Let us know your thoughts in the comments section down below. Other than that, we will see you next time when we talk about all things comics.
Oh, now that shit was awesome, man. Oh, dude. To see the Joker, man, like him get into a giant size eating people, and then actually it's been revealed where he actually has like the power mixer, mixes Pillic, and was able to turn into the Emperor Joker and having control of reality and all that shit, and seeing him fighting off against Constantine and Zatanna, but they end up losing. And then seeing Superman getting Shazam powers, so becoming Superman Shazam, and him using that power to defeat to finish off basically Guy Gardner and Hal Jordan, both of those Green Lanterns. I'm like, damn. And then Supergirl, her raging out, damn it, to where she turns into a Kryptonian monster. I'm like, oh damn, that's crazy. But yeah, so let's see what else, man. I got some more stuff. So yeah, let's go. Let's get into it, man. That was awesome. So yeah, I can't wait for the next issue myself. So yeah, let's go, man. Let's check it out. Let's check this shit out real quick. Did this from a Japanese lady, Mrs. Eats. Shout out to her. And she's kind of funny too, hilarious.
When Chun-Li appeared in Street Fighter 2 for the first time, all the boys were so excited. Whoa, she looks so sexy! We were so surprised how big her thighs were. We had never seen such a big thighs female character before. The developer guy who created Chun-Li was very specific about the color and the texture of her tights. He really wanted to use the 16 colors so he can show the many dimension of her legs. It's so nice that if you are a developer and if you created Chun-Li, people respect him. But if he wasn't a developer, but who was just so into the texture and then colors of women's tights, I think we just call them pervert. In the beginning, Chun-Li was actually wearing black pants, looked like this. And until the really, really last moment of, finalizing the game. But suddenly, he changed it to, tights, and then she changed the kung fu shoes to pro wrestling shoes. So if Chun-Li looked like this, wearing a black pants, kind of like a typical Chinese cute girl style, I don't know if she would have been popular like Chun-Li now. What do you guys think?
No, that was a great point, Mrs. East. Yeah, I don't think she wouldn't be as. She was the original Chun-Li. She was in that form where she had on the black pants. So I don't think she'll become the Chun-Li, that a lot of people established as a favorite to this day. So I don't think she'll be that popular. But that was cool to know. Okay, that's how and why the creator of Chun-Li. So it's cool to see here. Okay, of how that happened, how that came about. So that was pretty cool. All right, let's go to the next one.
Kids will learn if you do something bad, this Oni is gonna come and get you. Oni is the ultimate way to discipline your kids. This is a final lethal weapon. And then they are usually really bad guys and in hell and torturing people. And especially people are in hell because they did something wrong, something really bad. So Oni were there to torture them, fire them, beat them up. So for Japanese kids, Onis are super scary thing. We even have Oni festivals here. So in Oni festivals, usually parents bring their kids and then pick the kids up like this and then bring it to Onis. So this means kids will learn if you do something bad, this Oni is gonna come and get you and beat you up to death. At the festival, you'll hear so many kids crying. It's so chaotic.
That was pretty cool. Yeah, I'll be good. Yeah, that's cool. That was a funny, cool festival. So that'll be cool to see. Yeah, that'd be cool to see. Yeah, shout out to Mrs. Eats. I just want to share a couple of those. So I'm like, I wasn't aware of that. They be having those kind of festivals there, to scare kids, to scare them into doing good.
So I think anyone that clicked on this video right now is probably wondering, yo, what's happening with Bleach's continuation story? Because while yes, we are having one of the greatest times as far as the Bleach Thousand Blood War anime as it's continuing on, most people are like, yo dog, there was a manga that had began of a sequel series for Bleach, and it's been extremely quiet for the continuation for quite a bit now. And in case you didn't know, the creator of Bleach, Tite Kubo, that started that sequel manga a few years back, well, he's been very invested time time-wise in the creation of the Bleach Thousand Year Blood War anime. Like, legit, every time we get an update about the anime, it's that Tite Kubo is involved, he's the one that's doing storyboarding, he's the one that's getting back to work right after the break. Like, Tite Kubo has been putting most of his time into making sure that it becomes the best possible adaptation. And admittedly, it's worked, because the Bleach Thousand Year Blood War anime, honestly, if we really look at it, and by no means am I trying to put anything down, I'm just speaking as far as, well, my experience. The Bleach Thousand Year Blood War is one of the best anime adaptations, especially from one of the prior generations that we've gotten. Like, legitimately, if you look at Bleach Thousand Year Blood War, whether it be for pacing wise, the amount of episode, the art, the animation, the choreography, just about everything regarding the Bleach Thousand Year Blood War anime has just been on 1,000. And while I'm not going to say that's entirely due to Tite Kubo, obviously there's a team behind the scenes, his involvement is very crucial for these things actually coming about to this quality. I don't think that the Bleach Thousand Year Blood War would be as successful, as faithful of an adaptation, as just quality of where it's at right now if it wasn't for Tite Kubo putting in the time that he has, which admittedly has taken away from, you know, the time he could be working on the sequel series. Yeah, he really is one of the people that has been responsible for it, but again, that has taken away from some stuff. Like, we're wondering, yo dog, what's going on with the Bleach manga sequel? Not to mention the Burn the Witch manga that's supposed to get a part 2 as well, but we'll save that for another time, although he kind of addressed that as well. And before we continue, make sure to subscribe and hit that bell so you can get all notifications on when I release videos. It'll help you to get updated on the world of anime and manga, and it'll help me to get you guys the news as quick as possible. Hit them buttons, they're right there. But for those that think that this has just not been on Tite Kubo's mind, ultimately he doesn't care, or he's just kind of like, I hate it when people say lazy, like, this man is far from it. Again, he has been investing his time on the anime side of things, which goes into a more broader topic that we've discussed before regarding, it seems like, not only even, you know, the anime industry itself, but a lot of creatives have really put in a lot of their time and efforts in other avenues, opposed to back in the day where it was like, especially even for manga creators, yo, let's put our manga first and then the anime could come after the fact. Like, we used to have an industry where, for the most part, a lot of the efforts was put and a lot of the focus on making the manga side of things successful was the key ingredient. And it feels like nowadays, even admittedly with what Tite Kubo is doing, while granted he's already, like, you know, accomplished so much and he can do whatever the heck he wants regardless of what, like, as a person, anybody should be allowed to do what they want. So by no means am I trying to control or say like, hey, Kubo should have did this or Kubo should did that. Like, he's doing what he wants to do. It's still a showcasing on the importance that have been put and, you know, kind of rearranged, so to speak, from where it was like, yo, make this manga successful, let's sell this manga, to, well, all the effort being focused in on the anime adaptations. And again, like I said, broader topic at the end of the day, the merger of Crunchyroll and Sony and Funimation and all of that coming together is kind of what made this whole thing come about. A large amount of the money that was in this industry to begin with went over to that side of things, and while creatives and artists, of course, always want to go with their passions, at the same time, getting paid is a part of this whole thing. People need to get paid. And on another note, I don't think there's anything wrong with loving and being passionate about something but also wanting to be paid as well. Like, that's how things work. I'm always going to say that it's a flawed ideology of the artist is supposed to be starving. That starving artist thing is nonsense to me. Like, of course, be passionate about your art, be, you know, invested in your art, basically love what you're doing, but make sure that you handle the business side of things, because if you don't, somebody else will. Do what you love and make money. But again, going back to it, Tite Kubo has actually addressed this whole thing regarding the Bleach Hell arc, the continuation, and what's happening, and kind of how, well, when people pester him, essentially that's like, well, I'll read it so you guys can understand. Damn it, I just realized we're this far into the video and I haven't read the article. I can't help it. Sometimes I like to talk a lot. Tite Kubo once addressed fans' questions about continuing the Bleach Hell arc, saying, I'm not good at drawing when I'm told to draw, so I'll think about it when I'm not told to. This comment stems from his long-standing dislike of drawing under pressure, a stress he experienced heavily during Bleach's original serialization. His message was not a rejection of the Hell arc itself, but a request to not be personally pressured through constant questions, interviews, or fan mail. Importantly, Kubo never said fans shouldn't discuss or speculate about the Hell arc amongst themselves. Fan discussion and visible interest are crucial signals for Shueisha in the industry to justify future projects, and the distinction is clear. Talking about the Hell arc, fine and necessary. Pestering Kubo, fan demand drives green lights, silence doesn't. And honestly, for the most part, I just see it as there should be a balance. Like, yeah, get excited about future works. Yeah, try and put it out there, so to speak, of like, hey, this is what I want. Hey, this is where I'm trying to go with things. Hey, this is what I would like to happen. It goes back to the classic saying of a closed mouth doesn't get fed. So by no means is Tite Kubo saying anything of the sort of like, hey, don't say say what you want. Hey, don't do this. Hey, don't do that. Honestly, it doesn't even sound like he's really all that like against people asking him about continuing the series. It's just more so homie is just trying to avoid as much pressure as possible, which is understandable. But that doesn't mean, again, that people shouldn't continue on to discuss their wants or what they would like to see happen regarding Bleach's Hell Arc continuation, because I mean that's what this whole thing is all about, right? Like at the end of the day, you have a fan base, you have people that care and love and adore your work and they want more of it. I don't think anybody would be turned off by that, or I don't think anybody would be like, oh, I don't want. And again, it more so feeds the entirety of this system itself when they hear these things, because it kind of moves the plot of life, so to speak. How many times have we seen projects that were kind of a little bit, you know, whether it be on hiatus or on a break or whatever the case may be, get pushed forward in terms of production continuing onward, or just, you know, getting a backing behind it and all of that stuff once fan demand really comes in and fans is like, yo, this is exactly the life that this is exactly what we want. But this also again confirms that Tite Kubo has not forgotten about the Hell Arc sequel. He still very much so has that in mind. It's just that he's trying to finish up this anime stuff, and at the same time he has other projects that he's not even working on as well, like again the Burn the Witch stuff. And it just takes me back to that whole idea once again of people like sometimes that come out and say like this creator is lazy or something like that. Well, in the bet he probably has some Burn the Witch manga chapters done at the very least, probably like a volume or two. And as far as the Hell Arc goes, I gotta imagine that Tite Kubo has somewhat of an idea of where he wants to take this thing. Again, he just doesn't like pressure, that's all. If you want to send any pressure, you know, send it the way of the higher ups. Let them know, hey, give us that bleed. Because then what happens after that is they come with the big giant bag and say, Tite Kubo, no pressure, but you want this ginormous bag of money? Make more of that stuff because these people want it. And there we go. We all win. We all get what we want. And I wouldn't be surprised if probably even some point this year, Tite Kubo decides to get back to work, because Bleach Thousand Year Blood War will end by this year. So if not this year, then probably sometime next year. But if production is already like at 70-something% and they are even working on details of the last episodes, this thing is probably almost done, to the point where Tite Kubo can actually take time to do the other projects. And so once the Bleach Thousand Year Blood War job is over with, then he'll go back to the other stuff and, you know, again, do what he gotta do. But I'm curious what you guys feel about this whole situation. Do you think that there's anything wrong with what Tite Kubo said? Like, again, I take nothing wrong from this statement at all, because I'm gonna continue to say, hey, I want the Bleach to continue. I want that thing happening. I'm just gonna do it in a way that benefits everybody. Maybe that's actually the ticket to this whole situation. Scream it at the higher ups. Let them know the deal. Okay, don't really scream it, but you get what I mean. And get Kubo that bag. So laugh for this one. I'm Tim. As always, people, have an awesome day. Peace in.
Well, with that one, yeah, like I said, with that one is shit. Is yeah, let take Kubo do his thing, and and yeah, and that's one of the things, you know, that he should already know and expect. Hey, you know, you got major fans of this, and you know that's what you want. And nobody should feel like, hey, they should stop talking about it. You know, one of these beautiful pieces of art, you know, them being fans of it, like they shouldn't have to feel like they should stop talking about it because you're being a little sensitive about it, you know, whereas you should, you know, just take it up, you know, take it as joy, whether, you know, it be negative or positive. You know, you should already assume that, okay, you know, that you're going to come across some negative, you know, feedback or some annoying feedback or whatever. You know, that's just all a part of it. Just, you know, it's a thing of where, hey, you know, that's something that he realized that he's got to deal with. But, you know, and we should all be before him, before we should all be for these creators and these artists to take, you know, whatever break they need, because we don't want them to rush these projects and not bring it into its true full fruition, that in which it would be if they were to have, like, you know, their necessary rest and to where they could be at full brain power. So when presenting us these awesome works of art, so yeah, and he's right, and hopefully, yeah, with this being the last quarter of Bleach, of the original Bleach series, the 1,000-year Blood War. And hopefully, this will create a time for him to be able to work on his spinoffs, such as the the witch, the burning witch, or something like that. Yeah, but yeah. So shout out to him, shout out to our brother from Neverworld for that news. Appreciate you, bro. So yeah, as we all know, we can't wait. But then again, we shall establish that patience by directing our focus towards a lot of the other animes that's coming out, because there's a flood of them coming out, including the ongoing series. All right, so yeah, let's check out this the next one for my brother from Neverworld. Shout out to you. This last one from you.
Okay, people, this is going to be one of the most memorable years for anime fans because the title is 100% accurate when I say that, yeah, the big three, it's back. For the longest time, anime fans have been wondering, yo, what happened to that epic generation? Okay, people, this is going to be one of the most memorable years for anime fans because the title is 100% accurate when I say that, yeah, the big three, it's back. For the longest time, anime fans have been wondering, yo, what happened to that epic generation, right? Where did everything go wrong? Or right, depending on how you look at it. Because while, yes, we've had some of the most immaculate and incredible anime to come, such as Jujutsu Kaisen, the Demon Slayers, My Hero Academia's, Black Clover, all of the greats that have come and gone, ultimately the generation that pioneered a lot of this stuff, including the father of it all, was the big three: Naruto, One Piece, and Bleach. And yeah, we're gonna get into it on how the big three is actually back. But before we continue, hit that subscribe button and that bell so you get notified on all my videos. It actually really helps for you to get the videos on time, and it helps for me to get you guys to be able to be informed. Now, for those who don't know what the term the big three is, because there's been so much miscommunication and so much confusion on what this whole thing is, essentially back in the day, there was this thing called the Big Three, which consisted of 3 series that dominated the charts, so to speak, when it came to the realm of anime and manga. Again, Naruto, One Piece, and Bleach. Because in those days, there wasn't many series that rivaled their popularity. In fact, there was a margin of astronomical difference, so to speak, between these series and everything else. All of their contemporaries were like, to put it into perspective, the series were kind of over here, and the Big Three was way up here. So the term was coined to give them that kind of title of prestige that these series were really running stuff. Over the years, somehow people have tried to mix in and dabble with adding Dragon Ball there. They've even tried to replace Bleach as like, no, Bleach, no. Coming from somebody that was there when the term kind of got coined, yeah, Dragon Ball was just kind of like, oh, you know, it's over, so to speak. In those days, anyway, people thought Dragon Ball was done for. It was never coming back, and it was basically like, the big three is here. This is the generation that is really making things go to another level and sustaining the industry. Kind of, I guess, annoyed me of the fact that people just misconstrued the idea of the big three. Can people make their own big three of like, hey, these are the series that I want? Sure, but at the end of the day, that term was coined for those series in particular. And you're probably like, okay, so that's great. That's the big three. How is it back, so to speak? Well, based on this year, that is going to be one of the most epic, iconic, and memorable years for anime history as a whole. Each one of these series in one form or another. So should we call it the big four? Then we gotta add Demon Slayer or something there to make it big five, because yeah, the term is starting to get a little wonky. Because kicking things off in April in a major way is One Piece anime's return. In case you don't know, One Piece went off air after a long-standing 20 quadrillion year run of One Piece basically going week by week with new episodes. It was announced a bit ago that One Piece would no longer be a weekly running anime, and opposed to that, there would basically be a seasonal release of roughly, I want to say, like 26 episodes or so a year. And so while it was a bummer for fans, at the same time, it's kind of like a really great thing, because that means means production quality is going to be beyond words. And that's the fact that One Piece at the time, over the last several years, just to be honest with you, has had some amazing art and animation, despite the fact that it has been a very quick turnaround for the One Piece anime. Being a weekly anime is a very strenuous type of thing to keep going, but if you look at some of the battles and some of the things that went down in One Piece and some of the recent stuff, yeah, One Piece looked incredible. But in April, One Piece, after this break, will be returning with the Elbaf arc. And for those that know, in case you don't, essentially the One Piece Straw Hat Pirates is going to the big Elbaf land, aka the land of the giants, aka more trials and tribulations to overcome for the Straw Hats. And judging from what we've seen before, I can only imagine what this thing is going to look like when we get the anime appearance of Loki, when we get the anime appearance of so many of these epic characters that if you've read the manga, admittedly a few chapters behind, you know, it happens. Yeah, it's going to be amazing for those that are keeping up. Obviously, not everybody in this day and age is going to be, you know, getting into this whole One Piece thing, because admittedly, as much as we love One Piece, we do know that One Piece is a very, very long story. So I can never fault somebody for being like, yo, it's hard to get into One Piece because there's so much of it. I get it, because essentially being like dedicated to starting One Piece in this day and age is a tall order, to say the least, because there's so much of it that you basically would have almost no time to watch other anime if you wanted to catch up, or just in general. Like, yeah, there's like what, 1200, 1100 episodes. Like, there's a lot of episodes of One Piece, so understandable if you're not caught up and you're kind of a little hesitant to get into it. But they do have the new One Piece remake anime coming out, so if you are interested in getting into One Piece, there's that. But regardless of what, it is epic to see one of the most iconic series kicking things off for this big year of the Big Three's return. Then following that is something that is extremely special for most fans. You know, the return of this thing to begin with a couple years back was something immaculate that most fans didn't even expect to happen. When Bleach's 1000-Year Blood War anime was announced after going off air quite some time ago, and the fact that the original creator Tite Kubo would be heavily involved from top to bottom as far as storyboarding, as far as just being really centered into this whole thing to make sure that it goes exactly according to his vision and the best quality possible. And come July, yeah, the 1000-Year Blood War's final core is about to kick off in a major way, because this is going to answer all of the remaining questions. This is going to answer all of the, well, I guess we'll throw in, yeah, the shippers will get what they want or not, depending on where you're shipping. And in general, we know from what we've seen with the previous cores that this is going to be probably the best thing, because Tite Kubo has been involved more than ever with this part of the story in particular, down to, well, if you've seen the recent video, homie is even concerned about what color underwear the characters have and stuff like that. Like, the attention to detail is insane, and really much so a testament to why Bleach is just so freaking incredible and great. And of course, there's a lot of things circulating regarding Bleach's continuation after the fact, because we know come July, after that run of what, 3 or 4 months, that will technically be the end of the Bleach story, at the very least wrapping things up into a completed product for the original manga. But there is still some to go. There's the Hell chapters that some people are very much so excited about, and hopefully those will get animated as well. Word has been circulating that there is some confirmation there. I'm not sure how valid that is, but regardless of what, bro, we got One Piece, then Bleach. Like, whoa. And I think at the same time, considering One Piece is going to be doing roughly 26 episodes, One Piece and Bleach will be running simultaneously. Then after that, we might have a double up, or we might have one after the other. It just depends on how this goes, because yes, we got the major announcement that Dragon Ball Super is returning, and it's starting off with a readaptation, a remake, so to speak, or an enhanced version, as they call it, of the Battle of Gods arc, the Beerus arc. They're basically redoing it, re-rendering it, new art and animation, hopefully some changes to certain parts of the narrative. Like, there's a lot that they're going to be doing, and from the trailer, it looked immaculate. It looked gorgeous. It just looked like, whoa. And again, while admittedly Dragon Ball is not part of the Big Three per se, it's still the thing that kind of ushered in all of this. I don't think you get any of this amazing generation that we have if it isn't for its predecessors. So you got to give props to the past before you can give props to the future. Although some fans will be like, what are you talking about? The future is Demon Slayer and Jujutsu Kaisen. And then some fans even after that will say it's some of the stuff that is running in Jump right now. And again, with this one, it's a little bit of a different situation, because, well, one, from my understanding, I think this arc is roughly going to run around like 6 episodes. And also there's some people that are going to either tune in because, yo, oh my god, it's going to look great and it's going to be great to revisit Dragon Ball Super. Or there might be some people that'll be like, wake me up when Moro gets here. It's kind of a fan to fan situation, but I think it's one of the great things about this, that for newcomers, maybe you've seen Dragon Ball Z a long time ago and you never really got into Super, you never gave it a chance. Right now, you're going to have probably the best possible release of Dragon Ball Super to get into from the beginning, so newcomers can get into it. People that maybe don't even know about Dragon Ball or haven't really checked it out, they can get into that too. Yeah, there are some people that haven't watched Dragon Ball, but maybe most people know of it at the very least. They know about Goku, right? Insert the meme of, but can he beat Goku? And again, that's going to be in the autumn time, so towards the end of the year, Dragon Ball is going to keep going. And then last but not least, the big announcement that we've been talking about for quite some time now of Naruto's immaculate return with those 4 OVA episodes that have been announced to be coming in the later half of 2026. So this could potentially even be before that. Like, obviously the winter season is in January, so that would technically be 2027. So it would have to be either summer or autumn time for this thing to come, and more than likely it'll probably be with Dragon Ball, which will be interesting to have Naruto and Dragon Ball running at the same time, because the Naruto OVAs is going to be 4 episodes, Dragon Ball Super 6 episodes, Bleach 12 to 13 episodes, and One Piece 26. Honestly, there's no way, if you are a fan of anime or if you just want some really good shit, to be missing out, because you're gonna just have on all levels, all facets, great stuff to get into, great journeys, great experiences, so to speak, because these are some of the greatest to ever do it. Like Dragon Ball, there's no denying what it's done and what it represents for anime as a whole. One Piece, love it or hate it, still holds it down very much so for Shonen Jump as far as the, eyes that people have on things. Bleach, I mean, who doesn't want to see Bleach finally get adapted after all these years? And again, Tite Kubo being involved, who doesn't want to see Tite Kubo's greatest and latest stuff? And then of course Naruto, come on dog. Yo, we've been waiting so long. Yes, we had Boruto and Naruto was a part of that thing, but there's just something about this that is just going to be, well, from everything we've heard, they've been, redoing it, reworking on it. This is going to be great. And in general, yeah, the big 3 plus Dragon Ball is back. 2026 marks a brand new day, a brand new experience, so to speak, for anime and manga fans. And at the very least, a few of these things for newcomers you could get into too, like these Naruto episodes. If they take place in OG Naruto, there you go, a great introductory to the story. Or for people that need a refresher on it, maybe it's been a while since you've seen it, there you go. And then likewise with Dragon Ball. Bleach and One Piece, I think they're great in and of themselves, and at the very least, if you want some epic action, you're gonna get it from both. And in particular, well, with Bleach, like, it's the end. So if you've ever been curious on how the Bleach series ends, you're about to find out. But I'm curious what you guys think. Which series are you most excited for? Which one is the one that you're like, yo, 2026, this series is the one that I'm looking forward to. This is gonna be the best one. This is gonna be the one that I'm just like, well, which one are you waiting for? So for this one, I'm Tim. As always, people, have an awesome day. Peace in.
All right, yeah. Shout out to our boy Tim for Neverworld. Shout out to him for that. Thank you, brother, for that news. Yes, as we know, we can't wait, man, for more Barto, to come out. Damn it, can't wait for that. And for it not to be, because Dragon Ball not to be considered a big 3, I don't know. That's kind of weird. Um, but yeah, he's right about that. Yeah, because that big 3 is what helped birth a lot of these other animes. Um, but yeah, for One Piece too, man, that'll be awesome. I'm not watching the reboot series. Yeah, I'm not. No, I'm not watching the remake. It's just pointless. It's me going back. Why that one? I can just go back to the original. If I want to watch certain arcs. But yeah, so I might as well just stay the course and continue on going forward. And and also remember too to check out all the One Piece movies that are out, which are a bunch of them. So, and yeah, Bleach too. That'll be awesome, man. Can't wait for the Bleach to come out. Like I said before, can't wait for this last final segment of this anime. So yeah, the last quarter of the 1,000-Year Blood War. Can't wait for it to come to an end, because man, there's so much shit that happened at the end of the last arc. So with Uryu finally showing that he's not against Ichigo. Ichigo and them basically he ended up changing hands on Yuobaha. So he ended up turning against the Stern Ritter. So yep, and waiting to see how this battle's gonna go between him and that one dude who is the right hand man of Yuobaha. So yeah, that's gonna be something else. And yeah, man, Dragon Ball can't wait for that shit to come out, man. Dragon Ball Super Galactic Patrol. Waiting to see how that's when that comes out. You know where they're gonna start off with that, in accordance of where where they left off in the Tournament of Power. So yeah, man, that's gonna be awesome. So yeah, let's check out another one real quick because we're running short on time. And I didn't think, man, I was just adding on stuff, man, just giving them more stuff for the Geek-verse for you guys to check out. So here we go. I'm gonna go into our next one. We're done with that one. We'll move that. Here's this one. Shout out to these guys, Marvelous Anime. Of the animes that came out in the 80s and 90s that you guys may have not seen before, like myself, and also vaguely remember, and some that will bring some kind of nostalgia for you. So there's some that you may remember, some you may not remember, and may want to check out, just to fulfill just so you can just so you can feel more fulfilled as an anime head. So yeah, so let's go. Let's check this out. And shout out to Marvelous Anime.
It's no secret that the 80s and 90s were perhaps the absolute peak era for the anime and manga industry. While technologies made making shows easier today, they seem to have lost the soul that embodied the anime of that time.
Oh shit.
It's no secret that the 80s and 90s were perhaps the absolute peak era for the anime and manga industry. While technologies made making shows easier today, they seem to have lost the soul that embodied the anime of that time. This was the wild, wild west era of the anime industry, as there were hardly any constraints on the creator's creativity. This resulted in the 80s and 90s spawning works that pushed the limits regarding everything, unfettered by corporate greed, societal sensitivities, and industry pressure. In today's video, I have for you 9 great retro anime films that still continue to captivate audiences to this day. Let's begin.
Grave of the Fireflies, 1988. This masterpiece was directed by Isao Takahata and produced by Studio Ghibli. Grave of the Fireflies is considered to be one of the saddest films to have ever been made. There's not a single moment in this film that will not tug at your heartstrings as you watch the orphans, Setsuko and Seita, on their tragic journey across war-torn Japan. Set during the final months of the Pacific War, shortly after the Allied bombing of the Japanese city of Kobe, the movie paints an accurate and grim picture of not just the ravaged city, but also the lives of the survivors. Seita and Setsuko, who are the children of an Imperial Japanese Navy captain, have their lives ripped asunder when their mother is killed during the bombing. Seita keeps the news of his mother's death from his sister and goes to their aunt with whatever little supplies he had managed to salvage before the bombing. Soon, the aunt convinces the young boy to part with his mother's silk kimonos in order to sell them for food, which he does reluctantly. However, as the ration acquired from the children's remaining fortune begins to dwindle, their aunt shows her true colors and becomes increasingly resentful for having to feed and shelter them. The story then follows the siblings' journey after they leave their aunt's house as they traverse through the ashen gray rice paddies and destroyed houses of Kobe in search of shelter and sustenance. The film shows the effect that war has on innocence, as Seita is forced to become an adult despite his young age to take care of his sister. The beautiful bond of brother and sister against such overwhelming odds is rendered with perfection by Isao Takahata. Not many know that the author of the short story upon which this book is based, Akiyoki Nosaka, rejected several offers for the story to be turned into a live-action film. It was only when he saw the storyboards presented to him by Ghibli that he was convinced that animation was the only way for his tale to be faithfully rendered. Despite the story clearly commenting on the negative and tragic effects of war, I was surprised to find that the director has firmly stated that it's not meant to be an anti-war film. Despite its moderate success upon release, both domestically and internationally, Grave of the Fireflies has grown to become one of the greatest films ever made. This one is something you cannot miss. Ghost in the Shell, 1995. For the second entry in this list, I have yet another iconic anime of the early 90s, Ghost in the Shell. The film is based on the eponymous manga by Masamune Shiro, with a screenplay by Kazunori Ito and directed by legendary director Mamoru Oshii. The film's backdrop is the year 2029 in the fictional Newport City. We're presented with a world where cybernetic augmentations are a common sight. Humans are no longer bound by the weakness of the flesh, as they can either augment or completely replace parts they find redundant. The advancements in this field have reached such a level that now even the human brain can be given augmentations for it to interact with the internet and other networks directly. This revolutionary tech is called the cyber brain, and it acts as a crucial plot device in this film. As one can imagine, this tech opens up a plethora of possibilities, like someone hacking into another individual's brain and making them do things against their consent. They can also easily transfer their consciousness into another synthetic body, or shell. At its most extreme, a skilled enough hacker would be nigh omnipotent and untraceable thanks to this. It's up to our protagonist, Major Motoko Kusanagi, who's an assault team leader for Public Security Section 9, to stop a criminal hacker who's capable of everything we described earlier, called the Puppet Master, as he threatens to destabilize the entire world order. As Kusanagi dives into the case, the truth begins to unravel pertaining to the Puppet Master's origins. She's forced to question whether the side she's on is the correct one, as the theme of identity crisis that this film is rife with is taken to a more cerebral level. In a world where the consciousness is no longer bound to a single body, the film asks serious questions about what it even means to be human. Did you know that for this film, Hiroyuki Okiura designed Motoko to be much more serious and stoic than her manga depiction, where she's shown sometimes with comedic facial expressions and a youthful, rebellious nature. I, for one, think, considering the tone of the story, this was actually a good change that they made. The film's considered to be one of the most influential works by both fans and professional filmmakers, even to this day. There's also a remastered version of the film that was released with all new digital effects, added 3D animations and audio, which was released in 2008. If you were to ask me though, if you're watching this film for the first time, go for the original experience with its mixture of hand-drawn cell and CGI animations. There's a charm about it which can't be explained in words. If you haven't yet, go see it for yourself. This one will not disappoint you. Night on the Galactic Railroad, 1985. Based on the fantasy novel by Kenji Miyazawa, Night on the Galactic Railroad is a surreal film whose true nature is only revealed in its final moments. The story follows Giovanni, an anthropomorphic cat, who is unable to answer what the galaxy is made up of when asked by his teacher during class. However, before his classmates can ridicule him, his friend Campanella does the same to save him. That evening, Giovanni makes his way to the Centaurus Festival, which is a festival of the stars that his town celebrates. He's confronted by his classmates, who tease him for expecting his fisherman father to bring him an otterskin coat. Unable to take the taunts, the young cat rushes away from the festival to a nearby hilltop to gaze at the stars. To his surprise, a steam engine appears before him at that moment, and he finds his friend Campanella already on board. Together, they embark on this journey through the Milky Way and encounter all manner of strange things. They see their teacher leading an excavation of fossils on the Pliocene coast during a stopover past the Northern Star. Next, they encounter a bird catcher who is capturing herons and turning them into candies. Herons in Japanese cultures symbolize things like purity, connection to the afterlife, and themes associated with the cycle of rebirth. This is something I suggest you keep at the back of your mind while watching this movie. They then help a blind wireless operator to his radio, which blares out the hymn, "Nearer, My God, to Thee." As the journey continues, they are joined in the train by a tutor and 2 students who have been on a ship that sank after hitting an iceberg. As their journey continues, they travel past several constellations until they reach the Southern Cross, where every other passenger besides them disembarks, having reached the Christian heaven. However, as the train then approaches the Coalsack Nebula, Campanella claims to have reached what he calls the true heaven and disembarks, leaving Giovanni all alone. Next thing you know, Giovanni wakes up alone on the hilltop, still wondering about the strange journey in his dream. On the way home, he discovers that Campanella had disappeared after being swept away by the river while trying to save one of their classmates, Zanelli, from drowning. One interesting fact about this film is that the decision to make Campanella and Giovanni, along with several characters, anthropomorphic was taken solely for the film. In the book, no such description saying that they are cats can be found. I thought that the ominous ending of the film, despite its childlike fantasy story, made for an interesting juxtaposition that gave depth to it. There's a reason that this film has won multiple awards over the years, and it should definitely be on your watch list as well, in my opinion. Jinro, The Wolf Brigade, 1999. For the 4th entry on this list, we have Jinro, The Wolf Brigade, an anime directed by Hiroyuki Okiura and written by Mamoru Oshii. I found the setting for this anime film to be quite a unique one, considering that it's set in a post-war Japan where the history has been significantly altered. In this alternate timeline, Nazi Germany won the Second World War and occupied Japan, which was part of the Allies here. Japan is now under the control of the Weimar German Republic, whose attempts to modernize the nation have begun sparking a violent uprising amongst certain sections of the populace who dub themselves the Sect. As the violence escalates, it becomes impossible for the regular law enforcement to keep it in check. This leads to the birth of the Capitol Police and its special armed garrison wing called Caballeros. Members of this group are specially trained in urban warfare and are heavily equipped with weapons and tactical gear like the exoskeleton called the Protect Gear. The story follows Kazuki Fuse, a member of this counter-terrorist organization who finds himself in Akasaka following the start of a violent riot. The authorities soon discover that the members of the sect are supplying the rioters with Molotov cocktails and satchel charges from the sewers below the city. Kazuki is deployed to take care of them when he finds himself face-to-face with a young girl, Nanami, who he's ordered to shoot. However, his hesitation to do so results in her detonating an explosive on herself. This results in the power supply above ground getting disrupted, which quickly leads to the authorities losing control of the riot. On his visit to Nanami's grave, he meets a girl who claims to be her sister, Kei Amamiya. Soon their acquaintance turns into love, but the star-crossed lovers are caught between the webs of hostility between the different forces that operate within the city. Even as the city burns around them, Kei and Kazuki are forced to choose between love and duty as their tragedy unfolds. This film is actually supposed to be the 3rd film in Oshii's Geek-verse saga, and is the only animated film in it. He was also supposed to direct the film himself, but was unfortunately unable to due to scheduling conflicts with Ghost in the Shell. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised with just how good this anime film is, so give it a shot. Royal Space Force, The Wings of Oniamis, 1987. This next entry is a classic film that has inspired the likes of Hideaki Anno, who's the creator of Evangelion, Studio Ghibli's Hayao Miyazaki, and Mamoru Oshii as well.
I didn't know
Royal
that.
Space Force, The Wings of Oniamis, is a coming-of-age story about a young man called Shiro Ladat. Set in the kingdom of Oniamis, which is an alternate Earth, Shiro is a young man who once harbored ambitions of becoming a fighter pilot in his nation's army. However, due to circumstances, he instead ends up joining the fledgling space program, which has been struggling to send an astronaut into space. Soon, he makes the acquaintance of a young street preacher called Requini, who lives with a child called Mana. Requini is amazed at Shiro and inspires him to volunteer as one of the astronauts for the space program. As the astronaut project faces adversities from the corrupt government and scrutiny from the public, it mirrors Shiro's own growth from an unmotivated youth to a real man. I found out that the film was supposed to have a spiritual successor called Uru Blue, but it never fully materialized. Despite being critically acclaimed by fans and leading figures in the industry, a direct sequel never happened due to disagreements with Bandai, who owned half the property. I just hope that one day we'll get to see this beautiful story come to life on the big screen again. Memories, Magnetic Rose. The next 3 entries on this list are all part of a film anthology called Memories, based on the short stories written by Katsuhiro Otomo, the man who gave us Akira. When the Corona, a deep space salvage vessel, is assigned to investigate a distress signal, they discover a spaceship graveyard orbiting a crestfallen space station. The 2 members of the crew, Heinz and Miguel, soon learn that the decrepit space station once belonged to a famous opera singer, Eva Friedel, who had disappeared after a famous scandal involving her fiancé's murder. If you've watched the film Event Horizon, Magnetic Rose is something akin to that movie. Soon, they begin to experience all manner of hallucinations that mess with their perception of reality, including visions of the presumed dead Ava. The ship also torments them with twisted visions of their worst nightmares and regrets. As the 2 begin to descend into madness, it becomes clear that it's the engineers who need rescuing, as the ship itself seems to be guided by the malevolent spirit of the dead singer and her fiancé. While this is happening, the Corona is being drawn into the wreckage by a powerful magnetic force and heading towards its destruction. Despite its length, Magnetic Rose was one of the scariest horror films I've seen to date. It wasn't terrifying for its jump scares, but the oppressive atmosphere and psychological horror that warps your own sense of perception, along with Miguel and Heinz's. If you love the horror genre, this is a film you simply cannot miss. Memories, Stink Bomb. The second film in this anthology, Stink Bomb, is not a straightforward horror film like the first entry. In my opinion, the film has a bit of a satirical tone mixed with a bizarre plot that really messed with my head. The story follows an ill lab technician called Nobuo Tanaka, who mistakes some experimental pills for medicine and ingests them. Unfortunately, the pills react with the flu shot he had taken earlier and transforms him into a living, walking biological weapon. The vapors that he's leaking kill all the members in the facility where he's stationed. The best part, or the worst, depending on how you see it, is the fact that he's absolutely clueless that he is the cause behind their deaths. Horrified, he reports the incident to his superiors, who ask him to deliver the drugs to Tokyo. The film captures his macabre yet somewhat hilarious journey to Tokyo as he kills everyone whose path he crosses. Soon, everyone from the US military to NASA gets involved, while a clueless Nobuo continues on his death march. While the premise of the film is incredibly dark, you can't help but chuckle a bit at just how ridiculous Nobuo and his circumstances actually are. I'd say definitely give this one a shot if you're looking for something unique. Memories, Cannon Fodder. The final installment in this 3-part anthology, Cannon Fodder, in my opinion, is the most esoteric and surreal of them all. Unlike the previous 2 stories, there is no named setting or characters in this one. All we have is a walled city that seems to be under a perpetual siege. Its landscape is littered ominously with cannons that fire constantly at an unknown and unseen enemy. We follow the life of a family where the father is a cannon loader and the mother is an ammunition factory worker, while the son goes to school. The entire film continues in this manner with no real resolution, perhaps to highlight the never-ending nature of humanity's relationship with conflict. Like someone once said, the history of man is a history of violence. And Cannon Fodder perfectly delivers this message with its weird setting and characters. The horror in these films doesn't come from traditional means like jump scares or scary monster, but from the way they unsettle viewers' perception of reality at a psychological level. I bet if you sit through just one of these films, before long, you'll have finished all of them. Neo Tokyo, 1987. Moving from one anthology to the next, let's talk about a project that brought together three of the biggest names in the anime industry: Rintaro, Katsuhiro Otomo, and Yoshiaki Kawajiri. The result was a three-part anthology that combines horror, science fiction, and psychological themes to create some of the best stories I've ever had the privilege to witness. With a runtime of about 50 minutes, the film is divided into three segments directed by these three legendary individuals. Rintaro is at the helm of the first arc, titled Labyrinth Labyrinthos, while Kawajiri is in charge of the second arc, titled The Running Man, and the final arc, Construction Cancellation Order, is directed by Katsuhiro Otomo. Labyrinth Labyrinthos has an extremely strange plotline that follows a young girl and her cat as they step into a mysterious maze within a timepiece. Inside this otherworldly place, they encounter all manner of supernatural entities and a circus from where they watch the remaining stories unfold. What follows next is The Running Man, which revolves around a man named Zach Hugh, who has dominated a deadly game called the Death Circus Racing Circuit for the last 10 years. In a game where the mortality rates for its participants are super high, it remains a mystery how Zach has not only managed to survive, but also dominate the circuit for so long. That is, until it's revealed that the secret to his seeming immortality lies in his disturbing psychic power, which lets him kill all his opponents. As the truth begins to catch up to him, Zack prepares for a race that might just be his final one. The final story arc blurs the boundaries between reality and illusion, with its dystopic story of an inspector named Tsutomu Sugioka, who is sent to a far-flung region in South America tasked with stopping the construction of a city. Once there, though, he realizes that things will not be as easy as he had expected. This is because, despite the entire operation being cancelled, the robots responsible for the work are functioning on their own and can't seem to be stopped. It was here that it finally hit me why this part of the story was called Construction Cancellation Order. The story, in my opinion, is a great satire on bureaucratic red tape and how the ordinary man has no control over their life, thanks to these external forces. Neo Tokyo, I feel, is a great mixed bag of genres that has a much deeper message towards its viewers in terms of challenging the questions of morality, existence, and the mystery of life. This anthology series is something I've covered much more in our older videos as well, and it's definitely something you should be checking out. Patlabor 2, the movie, 1993. Following the relative success of the first Patlabor film, Mamoru Oshii and Kazunori Ito would team up once again to create Patlabor 2. Set in a timeline where the invention of mechas, called labors, has greatly resulted in the advancement of humanity, Patlabor 2 takes place 3 years after the events of the first film. And just like in the first film, labor, which was originally meant for the benefit of humanity, is being used for nefarious purposes. And it's up to the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Special Vehicle Section 2 to put an end to it. The word Patlabor in this film is a portmanteau of the words patrol and labor, as the officers use these mechas instead of patrol cars. Most of the original crew has moved on to different places, with an almost fresh group of pilots now part of the crew. However, when Tokyo's faced with another threat, which is seemingly coming from the Japanese Self-Defense Force itself, the old crew is forced to reassemble to address the threat. What initially seems to be a coup attempted by the National Army soon turns out to be the plans of a retired JSDF officer named Yokihito Suga. His desire was to force the government into acknowledging the military inadequacies faced by the country during its long years of peace. In order to do that, he takes drastic measures into his own hands. An interesting bit of trivia about the film is the fact that the time of the terrorist attack is 2/26, which is a direct reference to an incident that took place on February 26th, where a coup involving rebel JSDF personnel was aborted. The film also sparked a lot of controversy with its scene that showed fake poison gas falling over Tokyo. This is because 2 years after its release, the infamous sarin gas tragedy happened, where cult members released this toxic gas into Tokyo subways, killing and injuring numerous people. Patlabor is quite clearly a labor of love by Oshii and is something you should definitely check out. Rojin Z, 1991. For the final entry on this list today, I've chosen the dark satirical piece on society by Katsuhiro Otomo called Rojin Z. Otomo heavily leans on both Buddhist Shinto beliefs and science to create a brilliant story that critiques not just our over-reliance on technology, but also how society views the elderly. The series revolves around the adventures of a young nurse called Haruko and her ward, an invalid octogenarian widower named Kijuro Takizawa. When the Japanese Minister of Public Welfare announces a new and revolutionary technology in the form of a robotic bed that attends to all the needs of its patients, it feels like a dream come true for people like Takizawa, who have no family to care for them. However, the government essentially wants older people to volunteer as guinea pigs to test this new technology. Takizawa, who has nothing to lose, especially after the death of his wife, quickly volunteers for the bed, which is powered by a nuclear reactor and is capable of everything from entertainment to self-defense. However, when the bed downloads the consciousness of Takizawa's deceased wife and starts gaining sentience, things begin to unravel rather quickly in a morbid but hilarious fashion. Soon, the young nurse and Takizawa are embroiled in a conspiracy that involves the government, whose nefarious plans with the entire project begin to surface. Outside of the government's evil scheme of turning old people into weapons, what really stuck out to me was the way the film highlights how the world views the elderly. Nursing is considered a dead-end job with no prospects. The fact that the world rejoices in a technology like this bed that absolves them of all responsibilities towards the elderly is a damning statement on the state of the world. It critiques the ever-decreasing feeling of familial warmth within Japanese society and paints a dire picture of the morally bankrupt future of our species. This is a brilliant piece of work that's surprisingly underrated and is an easy recommendation for me. Marvelous verdict. Well, that wraps up our list of hauntingly beautiful anime of the 80s and 90s. I think it's safe to say that while we do have great anime films and movies even today by the likes of Makoto Shinkai and Ghibli, they just don't make them quite like they used to back in the day. These films had soul, from their hand-drawn cell animations to the complex characters they housed within their narratives. It was easy to get lost in the beautiful tapestry they wove around us, whether it be a dystopic future or an alternate dimension. Tell us your favorite anime of this golden era down in the comments. For now, though, it's time to say goodbye. I'll see you in the next one. Until then, stay safe and stay marvelous.
Well, Wings of Hanamis. Yeah, it came out in, was it 87? Damn, I'm like, shit, I didn't know that came out the year after I was born, but I knew it came out like in the 80s. I'm like, damn, I didn't know that. And yeah, that was a fun, enjoyable anime. And also I seen Pad Labor 2, but I think I've seen it like out of order possibly, I think, or I may have seen both the first one and the second one. But yeah, the plots in that and the little twist and the mystery that revealed, you know, the guy who was behind it, which was a former agent of the who basically is the same organization that the protagonist is working for. So yeah, I think I remember that one. That was an enjoyable one too. And the other ones I haven't seen before, but maybe you guys have. And, you know, so yeah, so that's something, you know, you guys can check out, you know, jot down and make a list of. So that's another reason why I share this with you guys, you know, just so you can have the reaction and be like, okay, oh, I haven't seen that one before. All right. Yeah, let me jot that down and check that out, you know. So yeah, so I have another one for you guys, man. That was decent. Shout out to Marvelous Anime. Here we go. I'm going to share another one.
Get to the chopper, Marvelous viewers. We're back with another Marvelous video just for you. Today we're talking about everything we know about Terminator 7. Let's get into it. James Cameron's hit film franchise, The Terminator, began in 1984. We all know what happens in the movie. A cyborg assassin travels from the future to kill Sarah Connor before she can give birth to the child who will save humanity. Eventually, we also saw that the film's success led to an even bigger sequel in the 1990s, turning the series into a major force in cinema. I mean, what does this juggernaut not have? It has one of science fiction's most important stories, time travel, some elements of horror, and a dystopian future to explore the conflict between humans and their own inventions. Now that even director James Cameron has officially announced he's working on a script for Terminator 7, here's everything we know about the sequel. The Terminator franchise as a whole has had its ups and downs. I mean, the series has been rebooted several times, but even with familiar faces and big ideas, the recent movies have struggled to find a clear direction. Those things aside, news has now arrived that James Cameron plans to take a break from all the promotional and screening around Avatar's Fire and Ash. After this, he plans to give his undivided focus to a new Terminator movie. Now, there were rumors that Cameron was working on a script for Terminator 7, but he hit writer's block when trying to imagine a future that wouldn't be outdated by the time the film was released. I mean, we live in a time where mankind's inventions are so close to what was envisioned in the earlier movies, but now it seems he's found his groove and will start working on the new Terminator film soon, and we're so excited to see what comes. Now, there's been speculation about whether Cameron has some challenges when he's working on the script, and he's been perfectly candid about it, saying that the challenge with Terminator 7 is more than just finding the right story, and that's so true. At present, he has to keep up with changes in the real world. The filmmaker has also mentioned that science fiction no longer feels safe. I mean, sci-fi is not even truly fictional anymore, especially when it comes to the technology central to the Terminator series. Cameron has talked about how real-world changes are now moving faster than the future he once imagined. I get it, it's difficult. Science fiction has caught up with reality, and it's overwhelming for all of us. We're dealing with problems that used to only exist in science fiction stories, you know. He also said the world is changing so quickly that it's hard to picture what the future will look like. Cameron's comments show why making another Terminator movie feels different now. It's a whole different level of dilemma. What used to seem like a warning about the future is now closer to our current reality, making it harder to decide where the story should go and how far into the future it should look. Some sources have also said that Terminator 7 will not be connected to any of the earlier movies. The speculated plot is that this movie will focus much more on artificial intelligence rather than keeping things like Skynet mostly in the background like before. New ideas about AI will be part of the story. The movie will also show a completely new version of the Terminator robots, with Cameron saying they will move away from the usual look from the earlier movies. However, there was a statement posted by the Economic Times that is somewhat contradictory to what I just mentioned. The statement said that Terminator 7 is most likely set during or after the war against the machines. The scene opens on the dawn of August 29, 2029, revealing a desolate cityscape, its landscape adorned with ruins, dust, and skeletal remnants as the solitary survivor emerges. Again, I have to reiterate that this is very speculative and could be something that was thought of in the process that got leaked. You never know. Now, the main question is whether we get to see any familiar faces. So Cameron has basically said that the future of Terminator is not about familiar characters or visuals, but the ideas from the original film. So for fans of the series, Arnold Schwarzenegger will unfortunately not return this time. In a recent interview with The Hollywood Reporter, he said he does not plan to have the 78-year-old action star return for the film. He instead wants to introduce a new generation of characters, which I totally understand. And I get, you know. I mean, Schwarzenegger has been in nearly every Terminator movie, starting with the original in 1984, and ending with 2019's Dark Fate. Now, some of you will say he was not present in 2009's Terminator Salvation, which is true. He didn't appear in person, but his likeness was used for a CGI cameo as the T-800. The same goes with Linda Hamilton. Linda Hamilton first played Sarah Connor in The Terminator nearly 40 years ago, then returned for Terminator 2 Judgment Day in 1991 and Terminator Dark Fate in 2019. When she was asked whether she would be coming back, she said she was done and had nothing more to say, since the story had been told. So we're getting an entirely new cast, and it'll be so exciting to see what they bring to the plate. And it's very likely that this will take time to shape in writing and then go into production. At the end of the day, Cameron believes the franchise's future relies less on recognizable symbols from past versions and more on whether its fundamental ideas from those versions still resonate with audiences today. What are your thoughts about the Terminator 7 project? If and when the movie finally makes it out of its development limbo, it will most likely have a darker, more AI-focused story that reflects the world we live in today. I mean, think about it. This could end up being the scariest version of Judgment Day so far, and the stakes are so very high. Share your thoughts on the Terminator franchise in the comment section below. Well, that's a wrap on today's video. Until we catch you in the next marvelous video.
Dude, I think that's gonna be something else. Hey, maybe shit. It sounds intriguing that Cameron is going to introduce a younger crowd, a younger team into this franchise with this installment of the Terminator 7 with this new Terminator, and that he's not planning on using Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's him. He helped made the Terminator franchise into what it is. So, then again, it's like, okay, I'm on the side of where you could throw him in there, maybe as a cameo or something like that, or yeah. I mean, I'm gonna decide for like, hey, let's set him aside. I mean, boom, and use a whole nother different crew. And so, yeah, I'm interested in this, to see how it looks, how it goes, and with them um, going off of the technology and everything that we have already experienced, to make it more eerie and everything. So, yeah, I'm very interested in that, man. So that's yeah, it might be something, man. It might be something, I don't know. So, and with him also taking a break from a fire, fire and ash and all that stuff. So yeah, in which I will be watching both those avatars 2 and 3. So I'll be watching that real soon, and I may give my take on that as well. But yeah, let's go into the next video.
Good shot, baby.
I'm an old school sci-fi nerd, so to me, 1986 is still the gold standard.
Good shot, baby.
I'm an old school sci-fi nerd, so to me, 1986 is still the gold standard. That's just facts, but scrolling through the movies coming in 2026, I honestly had a double take because, yeah, this year actually has a lot to look forward to. Before we get into it though, quick heads up. I'm not touching superhero movies here because that's a whole separate video we are making for you guys. With that being said, let me give you the lineup so that you can be the judge and let me know what you think, alright? Let's get to it then.
You.
Get me out of here!
Mercy, January 23rd, 2026. The first movie we have on our list is coming really soon. We have Chris Pratt playing Detective Chris Raven and Rebecca Ferguson playing Judge Maddox, the two main characters. The plot of the movie is really simple. You have Detective Raven, who is accused of killing his wife. But instead of getting a typical judge, he has to prove it to an advanced AI judge that he is, in fact, innocent. We've all seen Chris Pratt in his previous sci-fi adventures. He clearly has a knack for sci-fi movies. So to see him in this Minority Report, but make it more brutal and ruthless, kind of feels like his return to the genre. And with the movie set in 2029 and featuring an AI judge, I feel that's highly relevant to our current climate. We know how AI can be. I personally find the idea of something so detached from humanity being the judge, juror, and executioner of humans very interesting. On one hand, it feels inevitable to have AI in the legal system, but on the other hand, it feels like the worst decision we can make. You know what I mean? Because I think that the human judges have empathy and a deep understanding of the law, which affects the ruling. But an AI would not have any empathy. So the way it would serve justice would be cold-hearted and completely based on facts, which could go very wrong, very fast. In the blink of an eye, February 27th, 2026. I haven't heard a lot of buzz about In the Blink of an Eye, and I think that's a blasphemy in itself. The director of this movie is none other than Andrew Stanton, the man who gave us the most beautiful sci-fi movie ever, WALL-E. So of course this movie is one of those movies you have to see. Not a lot of details about the movie has been made public, but we do know that in this movie we will see actors like Kate McKinnon, Rashida Jones, Daveed Diggs, Tanaya Beatty, Skywalker Hughes, and Jorge Vargas. The movie was announced back in 2022, and there, Stanton actually cited Interstellar, 2001, A Space Odyssey, and Magnolia as the main influences for the story. Given I love all three of ththose films, and I love Wall-E, so technically all 4 films mentioned here, you can rest assured I would be there on the day the movie is available in my local theater. I always looked at these films as a story that brings out what makes us human. For example, Wall-E is a science fiction animated movie, yeah, but it also tells us what love is, what we, the humans, owe to Earth, and how far we would go to protect something worth fighting for. So, I have a feeling that this movie will also focus on the intimacy of being alive in this vast cosmos, and whether we can even make a change. The Bride, March 6th, 2026. The mother of science fiction is going to be back on my screen, and I haven't been this excited for a movie adaptation in a long time. Mary Shelley's iconic novel, The Bride of Frankenstein, is often categorized as a gothic horror novel. But think about it, if Frankenstein is science fiction, shouldn't Bride of Frankenstein, in a twisted way, be science fiction horror as well? Well, to all the naysayers who disagree with me, Maggie has taken the podium to give us the definitive answer. The idea of someone being created from scratch is highly body horrorcore. And I think in this movie, Gyllenhaal would lean into that and give us a science fiction horror where, as we watch the horrors unfold, we would understand why the villain is acting that way. I don't know about you, but I love movies where there is no clear distinction between the hero and the villain. I believe that this movie would 100% cover one or all of the themes I'm about to mention. The movie will definitely focus on the identity and autonomy of the creation once it has been created. It would ask us some tough questions about what exactly autonomy means when you create life and if you should be the one in control of it. I would definitely talk about the consequences of playing God, which every science fiction horror movie has discussed, but I think there would be a lot more appropriate social perspective to it than before. Instead of being a typical monster flick where this monster rises from the dead and starts wreaking havoc everywhere, I think this movie would be one of those high concept genre films that will leave you speechless once it's done. Project Hail Mary, March 20th, 2026. One of the most hyped science fiction movies of this year has to be Project Hail Mary, based on the 2021 novel by Andy Weir. And I'm not surprised, with Ryan Gosling in the starring role and Phil Lord and Christopher Miller in the director's chair, I would be surprised if the movie wasn't hyped. So in case you have not read the book, the premise of the movie is that you have astronaut Ryland Grace, played by Gosling. He wakes up in the aircraft and he has no memory of his mission or himself. He is all alone in the aircraft and eventually he pieces together that he is the only survivor of his entire crew. They were sent to a solar system called Tau Ceti to get a solution. A solution for what, you may ask? Well, a devastating event occurred on Earth which has doomed us all. So now he is the only man who can save the entire Earth. Pretty gnarly, isn't it? The Super Mario Galaxy movie, April 3rd, 2026. The next sci-fi movie to grace our vision will be Super Mario Galaxy. As you may have guessed, our boy Mario is going to go to outer space. We get to see the familiar world of the Mushroom Kingdom, but it gets expanded on a galactic level, giving us more lore based on those Super Mario Galaxy games. While none of the movies so far were necessarily family friendly because of the topics they would discuss, this one is. Chris Pratt returns once again to our list as he reprises his role in this sequel with Anya Taylor-Joy and Jack Black. Mortal Kombat 2, May 15th, 2026. I know. We, Mortal Kombat fans, waited the entire year in 2025 for the return of our franchise, but it never happened. But this year, it is. Warner Brothers have confirmed it. We have been waiting for this movie for a while, and all for the right reasons. The 2021 Mortal Kombat movie was pretty R-rated, giving us a more game-attuned Mortal Kombat adaptation. It had a record-breaking trailer, which had more than 106 million views within the first 24 hours. So, when Warner Brothers pushed back the release of the sequel, every fan was left wondering if the sequel would live up to the level of the first. And from what it seems, it will. After all, we are finally getting to see Carl Urban as Johnny Cage. We all know that Johnny Cage had an important role to play in the game universe. So finally, in this movie, we get to see how he gets introduced in this universe and how he is going to integrate with everything. Insiders have said that Carl Urban has added his own flair to Johnny, portraying the character in a way that has never been done before. Let's see how well that flair is accepted by everyone. The Mandalorian and Grogu, May 22nd, 2026. And by the time you recover from Mortal Kombat 2, you will have The Mandalorian and Grogu in theaters near you. Releasing a week after Mortal Kombat, this is finally Lucasfilm's streaming series debut on the big screen. This will be the first Star Wars movie in 7 years. Yep, 7 years that will bring back Pedro Pascal's Din Djarin and Grogu, aka Baby Yoda, on our screen. We will get more galactic politics, more bounty hunters, more action, and a lot of my favorite found family tropes. We finally get to revisit our beloved Star Wars universe and look at it through a modern storytelling lens. We will get to see the galaxy and how it fared right after the Galactic Emperor fell. Masters of the Universe, June 5th, 2026. All of my whining and chants to the Castle Grayskull have paid off because He-Man is back, baby. We are finally getting Mattel's memorable franchise on the big screen with Nicholas Galitzine as Prince Adam and Jared Leto as Skeletor. Now, I know that Master of the Universe has always been sword and sorcery, not science fiction, but in this movie, we are getting something a little different. In this movie, Adam grew up on Earth, his mother's home planet, and was separated from the power sword of Grayskull. Eventually, he gets the sword back and takes on the responsibility that comes with the power, becomes He-Man, and returns to Eternia to get rid of Skeletor. And apart from the fresh new look, we are also expected to see new technologies, new character arcs, suits, and hopefully, if the movie gains enough traction, new toys. By the power of Grayskull, this movie better be a hit so that I can have more of He-Man on big screen. Disclosure Day, June 12th, 2026. I was not expecting Steven Spielberg to bless us this year, but here we are. Disclosure Day is his long-awaited science fiction movie where we will go back to the sci-fi roots and have one of those first contact with the alien and the horrors and wonders of it kind of movie. As you can guess, not many details about this movie are out, and although I am someone who likes knowing what he's signing up for before I reach the theaters, I kinda like this more. I like that there's not much information about the movie. What I do know is that my favorite actress, Emily Blunt, is playing the main role, and that's more than enough to get my ass on the movie theater seat. If I had to guess, we are probably going to see how our government would react if they found out aliens were real and how they would deal with it. I can already see the conspiracy theorists gearing up to cite Disclosure Day as a true documentary in their forums. The Dog Stars, August 28, 2026. Ridley Scott is returning this year with Jacob Elordi, Josh Brolin, and Margaret Qualley as his main leads in The Dog Stars. This movie is based on the 2012 novel by Peter Heller, in which the entire world is wiped out by some strange virus. Humanity is scattered and fully in survival mode. So, what would this kind of apocalyptic world look like? How would people living in this world behave? And what happens when you have a civilian pilot, Elordi, and an ex-Marine, Josh Brolin, forced to face off against invaders who will take more than just their rations? After COVID-19, this kind of flu apocalyptic world feels very real to me, and I gotta give Elordi my props. This man has been acting his butt off since Euphoria made him mainstream. The Hunger Games, Sunrise on the Reaping, November 20th, 2026. After we learned how Snow ended up the way he did, we're going back to the Hunger Games world. But this year, we will focus on Haymitch Abernathy and how he managed to survive the 50th Hunger Games, also known as the Second Quarter Quell. Finally, I get to learn more about the one character who intrigued me the most in the entire Hunger Games series. I'm hoping to see more of the politics that were at play at Panem during that time in this movie, along with the games becoming more thorough and brutal. This movie heavily leans into the dystopian world building, showing us just how Panem ended up in the state that it was in the 74th Hunger Games. Dune Part 3, December 18th, 2026. Finally, we have Dune Part 3. It comes out this year, definitely meant to go head-to-head with Avengers Doomsday. We're gonna see Denis Villeneuve's third entry play out as Timothée Chalamet's Paul Atreides navigates his life after the events of the second movie. We will have Zendaya, Florence Pugh, Javier Bardem, Rebecca Ferguson, and Jason Momoa returning in this film with a new addition of Robert Pattinson. This will be the final installment of this trilogy, so I believe I speak for everyone when I say we have high expectations for the movie. And with that, we come to the end of our video. What do you guys think? Is this year's lineup better than the science fiction lineup of 1986 or not? Let me know in the comments, and I will see you guys next time. Bye.
Man, ooh, that's a bunch of shit coming out, man. Hollywood is dishing out the Mario movie, Dune 3. Shit, yep. I mean, I have high anticipation for that. And Mortal Kombat 2. Damn, man, and just shit. And just a bunch of others, yeah, he mentioned. Mandalorian's coming back, Grogu, aka Yoda, Baby Yoda. Man, so much shit coming out. But yeah, shoot. Shout out to Marvel's videos. Man. And certain sci-fi movies that he announced is coming out looked intriguing too as well. You know, so I'm kind of hip to the sci-fi world because I like, you know, where the mind can go into wonder. So yeah. All right, let's go. Let's check out this next one.
Hello and welcome to another Marvelous video. I'm your host Will, and speaking of Marvelous, we've got a new show on Disney Plus, Marvel's Wonder Man. And in this video, we're gonna go over his origins and anatomy in another marvelous display. Let's get to it, true believers. When I heard the news that another superhero TV show was going to come out this year, I was tired. I was 100% hoping to see one of those barely there superhero TV shows that feel more like a cash grab than anything. However, I gotta admit, I am genuinely surprised. I feel like Wonder Man managed to do something that a lot of recent superhero movies failed to do: get us invested in the character. So that's why today we're gonna talk about Wonder Man. Where did he come from? What are his powers? And of course, does he have the ability to become the next big superhero worth loving? If you're curious too, then join us as we break down Wonder Man. Who is Simon Williams, and how did he become Wonder Man? The story of Wonder Man is probably one of the most ironic superhero origin stories that has ever been told. At least, in my opinion. So, Simon Williams is the son of Sanford Williams. Sanford Williams is this pioneer man. He founded Williams Innovations. And of course, when you have a dad like that, you know what you get: daddy issues. Very much like real-life fathers, Sanford wanted a lot from Simon and his brother Eric, and even physically abused them if they failed to provide. This resulted in both the kids being stressed out and pressured to reach an unexpected high standard for themselves too. Now, when Sanford died, Simon took over the company. And surprise, surprise, since he didn't really have the experience that Sanford did, he found himself losing a corporate war against Tony Stark of Stark Industries. With barely enough funds to keep himself afloat, Simon started embezzling funds. Of course, he got caught and was imprisoned. And, of course, he blamed Tony for all of his problems. Now, Baron Zemo heard of what's happening because of course he did, and he decided to use Simon as a pawn for himself. He bailed out Simon only on one condition. Simon had to infiltrate the Avengers and give him intel. Now, no man, especially the man who was given jail time for embezzling funds, was going to get into the Avengers just like that. So Zemo gave Simon an edge by subjecting him to this revolutionary and super dangerous experiment involving ionic rays. As you can guess, this changed Simon on a molecular level. Each of his cells was bombarded with ionic energy, and luckily, he managed to come out of it alive as his cells stabilized. But to make sure that Simon never dares to go against him, Zemo ensured that he needed regular treatments to remain stable. If Simon doesn't get the antidote, he will die. With all of this done, Simon was off to infiltrate the Avengers. However, he became inspired by the way the Avengers defended good against evil and became a hero himself. Because Simon was never evil to begin with, he sacrificed himself to save the Avengers and eventually succumbed to the fatal side effect of the ionic rays. The Avengers assumed he was dead and brought him back to the US for identification and burial. But actually, Wonder Man was going through a metamorphosis. He had gone into this death-like coma that was triggered by the unstable compounds in his body. And this is the beginning of how he ended up becoming the ionic powerhouse we know and love. But in the show, we get none of this backstory. As a matter of fact, we hear nothing about how he got his powers. It is shown that Simon has had this power since he was a child, which caused the fire. But no one knows where he got it from. That would have been a cool little detail to explore, but oh well. What exactly is ionic energy in Marvel, and how does it alter biology? In the Marvel universe, things might sound similar to our world, but they aren't exactly the same, you know? It is the same. Same, but different. So, ionic energy in the Marvel universe is actually a specific high-frequency state of matter that connects the physical substance with pure power. Think about it like this. The radiation we know, like gamma rays, changes the existing DNA into something else. Ionic rays, on the other hand, trigger a replacement. It is just pure, solid energy. So, when Baron Zemo hit Simon Williams with the ionic rays, these rays completely changed how Simon's body functioned on a cellular and molecular level. In a normal human body, cells are held together by chemical bonds. Hydrogen bond, covalent bond, ionic bonds, and even some sulfate bonds in some cases, like hair. But when it comes to Wonder Man, all of these bonds are replaced by an ionic field that is completely self-sustaining. This field is like human tissue at first glance, but functionally, it is just jam-packed with energy, like a nuclear reactor. So when you have a nuclear reactor in your body, no joke, obviously, your body will not go through the usual repair and correction that anyone else's body would go through. His body became so tuned that it could work together on the cellular level. So when he's punching someone, he doesn't need to swivel his hip into it because he's already using the power of every cell in his body in the punch. Because of this, the body we see of him is merely a physical form. He's actually just a big ball of energy. And as the series would imply, it seems that controlling these powers is a bit too difficult for Simon. Instead of Simon actively deciding to use his powers seem to start working whenever he is upset or emotional. The only time we actually see him choose to use his powers actively was when he did the jailbreak with Trevor. Is Wonder Man still biologically human or something else entirely? Now, this is an interesting question, not just for us but also for Simon himself. This question has haunted him for years. Biologically speaking, Wonder Man isn't really human. He has a shape, he looks human, and he has the memories that would classify him as human. But everything under his skin? Completely different. He does not have, rather, in my eyes, will not have cells in the traditional way. The cells he possesses probably do not undergo mitosis or require energy in the form of ATP because they are already optimized. His body doesn't even need blood to function because the ionic energy keeps the entire thing running. So even though he has those internal organs, he has no need for them. He can quite literally exist in the vacuum of space indefinitely, as he is self-sustaining in the truest of ways. The ionic field is everywhere around us at all times. Everything around us has a polarity if you think about it. So his body just functions on that. He transcended humanity and became what I can only describe as a post-biological form. But he still has a heart. Emotionally speaking. He still chooses to save people, do good, and be kind, right? So does that mean being a human doesn't actually mean being a human in the most biological way? You know what I mean? How does Wonder Man's anatomy generate extreme strength and durability? When every cell in your body is a powerhouse in itself, you have to wonder just how powerful Wonder Man is compared to Thor or Captain America. Well, I have an answer for that. Even though the comics don't explicitly state this, you can guess what they are implying. To put it simply, I think Wonder Man's strength comes from field manipulation. He draws power from ionic density around him. So when he does any heavy lifting, his body isn't getting tired at all. Instead, the ionic field just supplies his muscles with energy and turns it into a solidified energy system, which won't have the same breaking point that normal biological matter like bones, tendons, or ligaments would. That's why he can do so many things without getting tired or getting a fracture. His body, in the most simple terms, absorbs the energy of the impact and uses that to reinforce itself. That's why you could say that he is invulnerable. That's why I think he would be caught just like that if the Department of Damage Control were a little smarter, you know? Like, literally the set was burning. And there you have Simon coming out of it without anything on him. No burns, no nothing. If they asked around, I'm sure there would be people who would confirm that Simon was indeed on set when it went ablaze. You get what I'm saying? Does Wonder Man feel pain, fatigue, or physical damage? Physical pain or emotional pain, whichever one you're thinking about, has a typical nerve pathway. But when Wonder Man's entire cellular biology got mutated and changed, I think the pain signals also changed. He can feel sensations, don't worry about that, but he doesn't feel pain or perceive pain the way we do. Unlike us, for him, I think the damage is just energy loss at a particular place. As a result, while we may suffer from fatigue and dehydration, he feels none of that because his body doesn't rely on chemical fuel to power up. That's why physical damage or the lack of food doesn't actually slow him down. He keeps pushing forward no matter what. It's just the exchange of energy for him anyway. How does Wonder Man heal, regenerate, or reconstitute himself? And because of this, Wonder Man heals differently than we do. When Simon gets hurt or loses something, all he has to do is restore his energy. Maybe he takes the ionic energy in the ambience and uses it to fix himself. And that's such an interesting notion. I've noticed that writers in the Marvel Universe often took it to extremes. There have been several occasions where Simon has completely disintegrated. So you would think he has died, right? But as we know, energy cannot be created, nor can it be destroyed. It just changes forms. And because Simon's entire consciousness is bound to the energy, even if he doesn't have a physical form per se, he can build it up from nothing. But when you try to get all of that energy into a physical form, you need an anchor, right? Otherwise, how will you be able to pull all of that energy together and become a person? This is where Scarlet Witch and her hex magic come into play. In Marvel lore, her energy actually serves as a catalyst to pull Simon's energy back together so that he can form the human shape again. This effectively makes him immortal, but that also means that he needs to maintain his body. Otherwise, he would just become an incorporeal being. That kinda explains how he could explode the counter, put a hole in his wall, and come out of it without getting hurt at all. Because whatever cuts or bruises he might have on his skin, Simon, without even actively trying to heal them, ends up healing them as his molecules start reconstituting. Does Wonder Man age, and can his body biologically deteriorate? Aging, when it comes to Simon, is an interesting notion. See, when he came out of Zemo's ionic chamber, he became frozen in time. The ionic energy that changed his cells actually preserved the cell age at that time. So if I had to guess now, no matter how much Simon runs around and jumps around and gets thrown around, his body will not go through the typical biological degradation. He won't age. That sounds pretty cool, right? But you also have to consider that it is also like a burden. While he is stuck in time, everyone around him isn't. Everyone around him, no matter how important they may be to him, will eventually die. So the biological wonder may be marvelous, but the psychological burden of being immortal is heavy. I think if I were in his shoes, I would want to age like normal people, even if it meant I was a little more at risk of getting injured. Can Wonder Man be killed or only dispersed? In short, the answer is no. In the Marvel Universe, you cannot really use the term death for Wonder Man. He is just a solid ball of energy. So there's nothing normal about how you can injure or kill him. But that doesn't mean you can't do it. You can do it, but it will take a lot. See, Simon can be dispersed if he is hit with enough force. Usually forces like cosmic or magical energies can break apart that field that is holding atoms together, and that basically wipes Simon off the face of the planet. Because now there is no physical form. There are only ions with Simon's consciousness floating around in space. Well, we can look at it and be like, okay, so he's dead. For Simon, he's just chilling and waiting for an anchor to bind him together again. The only way you can truly kill Simon would be by draining his entire ionic energy completely, or by erasing his consciousness first before dispersing his body. That way, even after dispersal, he cannot pull himself back together. Can Wonder Man reproduce or pass on his altered biology? Most of our favorite superheroes have children. Fatherhood and superhero profession don't go hand in hand, and writers have often used it to their benefit by giving us a new perspective on our favorite heroes. However, there is no such thing for Wonder Man. To become a father in the most biological sense of the way, you need living gametes to fuse. The gametes only have half the chromosomes, and when they fuse together, you get the full set of chromosomes. But Wonder Man doesn't have chromosomes in the typical sense. His cells are full of ions, and the cells don't even divide properly to form gametes, so he cannot produce biological sperm. As a result, there is no Wonder Man gene to pass on, and he can't be a parent. Unless, of course, the baby is created in a lab. Or, he adopts. But I don't think Simon would ever want to put a child through the same torture he went through when he was experimented upon just to be a father. He is better than that. So Simon can never be a dad, and his line ends with him. How does Wonder Man's altered anatomy affect his identity and psychology? An aspect of this kind of superpower that I feel always gets ignored or underexplored is the mental health aspect of it. See, Simon kinda died before he was reborn, as the purple energy ball, right? So he has the memories of dying, where his body went through all the changes. People often make fun of Simon for his fear of death, but you have to understand that the fear comes from experience, and because he knows just how fragile his humanity truly is. He knows that ever since he woke up, he's more like an object than a person. All the things that made him a person are gone. Plus, he doesn't even have the daily needs that he used to have before. So chances are he doesn't get to feel the aftermath of those needs either. What I mean is that when we crave a food, we eat it and we feel happy. We feel good. But Wonder Man would never experience that. His body doesn't even function like that. So these alterations have caused a profound sense of loneliness in Wonder Man over the years. In the show, this loneliness is the biggest thing that he has to overcome. See, Simon is a movie star. Now, there was this other movie star who was created after the Doorman, right? He accidentally made a popular superstar disappear. So because of that reason, anyone with superhuman abilities cannot work in the film industry. But Simon wants to be a film star, and he has powers from God knows where. There's a big part of him that he keeps hiding away, because he knows that it wouldn't be accepted by the crowd or the people around him. That's why he never opened up to his girlfriend about his superpowers, which obviously caused a lot of friction between the two. She felt like he never let her in, and he knew that he couldn't let her in no matter what, because what if she thinks he's a monster? Simon kept everyone, including his family, at arm's length, because he genuinely believed that if anyone ever saw what he truly was, they would never want to be around him. That is an extremely lonely life to live, and no wonder why Simon tried so hard for his roles. Because, you see, when your actual life is falling apart, the roles that Simon was playing gave him a channel to experience what normal life could be like. So even when he got a tiny role, just for one scene, he was going all out, bothering the director because he really wanted to immerse himself in that role. Then you have Trevor Slattery. Simon really enjoyed Slattery's role as the Mandarin, which is a hot take, but somewhere, Simon felt a kinship between Slattery and himself. That's why when Slattery tells him that actually it was not a serendipitous meeting and he was after Simon all along because of the Department of Damage Control, Simon lost control of his powers and all hell broke loose. Because Trevor was the one man who saw him. Simon felt seen by him, and that kind of friendship goes hard, and the betrayal goes harder. But that's why when Simon finally breaks Trevor out of the Department of Damage Control, it is such a joyous moment, because Simon finally did something out of love for his friend. He knew that he was marking himself as the biggest possible target for the Department of Damage Control, but he couldn't care any less, because this was about his friend. This is a genuinely satisfying character arc to witness. What are the hard limits of Wonder Man's ionic physiology? Despite how wonderful Wonder Man may be, he isn't without limits. He is not unstoppable, and the most important limit that his body has is energy disruption. His entire body has a field around it. When there is something, a machine or whatever, that is anti-ionic, it can destabilize the field around his body, which, in turn, can practically melt him away. Another big limitation for Wonder Man is that he doesn't react well to magic or mystical things. So characters like Scarlet Witch or Enchantress can quite literally change his body in ways that he cannot control, and Wonder Man would be able to do nothing. And lastly, the biggest limitation that Wonder Man has in my eyes is his mental strength. See, Wonder Man is Wonder Man, and not just a sentient mist because of his will. So if that will gets broken or his consciousness starts to get clouded, his body will start disappearing too. And with that, we come to the end of the video. Let us know what you guys think about Wonder Man, and if you'll be tuning in to Disney Plus to watch the series Wonder Man, starring Yahya Abdul-Mateen II and Ben Kingsley. Let us know in the comments down below, and I'll see you all in the next one. Bye!
Awesome. That was an awesome origin piece for Wonder Man and his abilities, which helped explain it, the whole ionic energy. And yeah, so that puts it in a well better perspective for me. So yeah, I'm digging it. One thing I forgot to mention in my take was Doorman. I'm like, wow, when I first seen him, I'm like, wow, who is this dude? Never seen this motherfucker before. I'm like, okay. And go to show where he basically made a name for himself, because he didn't hide his abilities, nor did he wear a mask in this one. But in the comics, for what it seems, he's a new Marvel character, and he has on a mask. And so I'm like, okay, and that was bizarre because like how he got his powers because he touched his mysterious goo that was by this trash dumpster in the alley of the club where he works. And he ends up getting these powers, falls into this what looks like it'd be another dimension or whatever, and so he can store stuff or pass things through him or people through him because he helped. As you've seen in the show, he helped the people to escape that club when it caught on fire. And I'm like, okay. Well, shit. I'm like, okay, interesting character. I'm like, wow, that's. Then when you see him when he's at his limit, he throws up, and I don't think they reveal where he sent dude that helped him. That got him started into stardom. I think it was like the I don't say director director for a movie studio, whatever, or a writer. Yeah, he had him sent to like a whole nother dimension. I'm like, damn. So he's supposed to go inside of him and then come out on the other side, and everybody look like, where did he go? I'm like, damn. So I'm like, yep. No, I was like, yeah, that's him. I'm like, all right. So I'm curious to see what they're gonna do with him. All right. But yeah, man, that was awesome. And to see like how that he in the comics that he comes across Scarlet Witch, and Scarlet Witch helps him to maintain his human form, by helping him stabilize, his ionic energy. And I'm like, damn. So I'm like, that damn makes him like, unstoppable. Like, so yeah, to where like dude said, you would have to get somebody like a Scarlet Witch or one of them to basically to totally defeat, Wonder Man, to like erase his consciousness. But yeah, but it was decent. It was awesome. So yeah, and I can't wait to see the second season. And one more video for my brother Tyrone Magnus. Some of you guys may have heard of him, but yeah, let's check out his video. This is the last video of this stream. So here we go.
Man! So, we have got some controversy going on with the casting of the new Black Panther. So, from what I understand, they met with, is it Damson Idris?
What the fuck is going on?
They have also met with, is it Aaron Pierre? Okay, so it's going to be on the screen. Okay, it's going to be right down. Now, from what I understand, the controversy that's going on right now, black people already know. Black people already know. Like, we don't even need to, However, what's going on is that there's a controversy that he's too light. He's too light-skinned to play Black Panther. Now, before I jump on this and give you my opinion, explain a couple of things. For understand, there's pushback, or there's like, oh, well, what do you mean type of talk, where it's like, well, there's a lot of black people out there that have no problem with the race swapping of these characters. However, you do have a problem with somebody black being cast as Black Panther, but you're saying that they're too light. So what gives? What's the issue here? For those of you that don't understand the difference between a couple of different things, because they do blend together. They're very closely related. But you'll typically have racism. People talk about racism way more than when they talk about what's going on right now, which is colorism. Okay? Now, with racism, typically you have one particular race or several particular races that think they're better than other races because those races aren't their race. And they treat them bad, and they do bad things to them, and they systematically do things to them too, on many levels. Okay? With colorism, it's typically confined and discussed between that one particular race. And I've seen white people actually do this. And I've seen black people do this. And I got a Filipino friend that was talking to me, telling me about it within his culture. It's all over the place. In India, it's all over the place. Colorism is wild. Typically with colorism, the lighter you are, the better you are. However, one thing that goes on is that if I want to in particular talk about black culture, you can get kudos for being dark-skinned. You can get kudos for being light-skinned. You can get kudos for being brown-skinned. It depends on the situation. And that would take a much longer video to explain. Black people know what I'm talking about right now. I remember a girl telling me years ago, I don't date brown-skinned dudes like you. Why? I don't understand. Like, I told her, I said, I never heard that one before. I said, usually y'all either want the light-skinned dude, or y'all want the dark-skinned dude, or you don't want the dark-skinned dude, but y'all always want the light-skinned dude. What the? I've never heard this. What's wrong with brown-skinned black men? Cause y'all all on yourselves. I was like, what? So, I'd never heard that before. Never heard it before. So, colorism is deeply rooted within racism. It's a separate version of it amongst the people themselves. I've seen my Filipino friend, as a matter of fact. Now, if you've seen Filipinos, many of them are, as dark as me. Some are as light as like Manny Pacquiao. He lived in Hawaii, and his mother told him to stop going out in the sun because he was going to get too dark. And he's like, Mom, what are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like, you see that? I experienced colorism. My first girlfriend was a light-skinned black girl, and their family all tended to look like Christopher Williams. You know what I'm saying? They all look like they were related to Christopher Williams. If you don't know who Christopher Williams is, look him up. Don't wake me, I'm dreaming. Girl, don't wake me. Anyway, they had a problem with this. Oh, my hair wasn't as corn silky as theirs, and this and that. You see what I'm saying? But I digress on this. Okay. No, I won't. I've seen white people talk about this too. Some, I got some white friends. I remember one white friend telling me, he was like, I like them really pale and milky. I like that. You get some white dudes like Hulk Hogan that tan themselves to be as dark as me. So I don't understand how Hulk Hogan could have been racist like that, considering he liked to be black all the time. And he's part Italian. It's like a lot of Italians have African blood. So it's like, I don't get it, Hulk. I don't get it. But, back in the day, they used to stay out of the sun because they wanted to keep their pale, they wanted to keep their pale skin. Because all the commoners, all the people that worked in the fields and everything, they were all tan. So if you were tan, it showed that you weren't high class because the high class stayed out of the sun. So they kept their pale look. See this whole video turning into something else, right? At the end of the day, I want my character, the actor cast to play the character that I'm watching. I want it to be as close to the comic book as possible. Okay? I've never seen, maybe
I agree with that one.
Some issue, but I've never seen Black Panther look like Will Smith. I've seen Black Panther look more like, Chadwick Boseman. You know what I mean? So he tends to be brown to dark skin every time I've seen him in the comic books. So it is going to throw people off to cast a light-skinned black dude. Okay? Just think if Henry Cavill was cast as Superman, but he was as dark as Hulk Hogan. But he tanned as dark as Hulk Hogan. Don't tell me that wouldn't throw white folks off. Come on now. That'll throw the whole fandom off. Like, wait. I mean, he looks like Superman, but he's a little too dark to be Superman. You're not being racist, and it's not even colorism. It's just you want the character to be as close to the character as possible. And a light-skinned black dude doesn't say Black Panther. It doesn't. And for you to go from Chadwick to possibly casting Pierre, it doesn't make sense. And the only way you could possibly get away with it, and people would be still irritated with it, is if you just say, well, he's from an alternate universe. But that's still going to irritate people. Okay. This is a pickle. Okay. It's a pretty pickle we're in here. And I don't know who's going to get cast. I personally, if I only had to choose the two, well, Idris is getting cast. He looks the most like Black Panther or like Chadwick Boseman. Now, there's other dudes. The dude that played Hawkman in Black Adam, I prefer for Black Panther over Idris. Okay. Something about him is more, looks more alpha to me than Idris. But they're both dark skinned. They both fit the Black Panther look. So that's how I feel about the situation. When y'all get a chance, do your studying on colorism. It is definitely real. Okay. Specifically in the Black culture, I'm in the middle. I'm in that middle plane with how colorism goes. Black people had the brown paper bag rule, don't bring them home if they ain't the color of a brown paper bag. That was, the racism seeping into us, and it became the colorism. Oh, you were better if you were lighter. It makes absolutely no sense. And you'll hear Black people talk about this, especially in the 80s. Like, light skin, woo, ruled the 80s. That's all you saw. I highly doubt Prince would have been as popular as he was if he was Wesley Snipes' color. I doubt it. I think he might have still been popular because Prince was highly talented. Top tier. But I just feel like, I just know my culture. I know my people. If he looked the absolute same, but was Wesley Snipes' color, I don't think, you know what I'm saying? And when Wesley Snipes became, he did New Jack City, he started a whole movement with dark-skinned dudes, with women being highly attracted to dark-skinned men. And finally, dark-skinned men, that, they weren't being made fun of for being dark-skinned anymore. They were being, coveted. People wanted to be, or wanted a dark-skinned man. Women wanted a dark-skinned man, So, and I liked that when that happened, because I had friends that was made fun of all their life because they were dark-skinned. Even dudes I didn't know. All type of jokes. I mean, with kind of like vitriol, it was with venom in it, it's bad, and in Black culture, if you're too dark, if you're really dark, something's wrong with that. You know what I mean? And listen, it's not all of us that are like this, but some will be like, oh, they'll make African jokes about you, like being African is a bad thing. It's not, So, but the dark skinnedness would get them jokes. You're too dark. Then if you're light, a lot of times you get preferential treatment, but also you were looked at as not as Black. And this is the reason why you see a lot of Black couples. One's really light, like yellow, and one is brown to dark. And it's my personal belief that it in some cases, not all, that the light-skinned person is seeking to be more considered more Black by dating someone darker. And the darker person may be seeking to get preferential treatment by dating the light-skinned person. I've had a few psychology classes. I think there's something in there with that. You know what I'm saying? But there's different variables and reasons for it, but I believe that's definitely one of them. Definitely colorism. So post your comments down below. Let me know what you think. If I got to pick, it's Idris, period, point blank. This dude's already playing Green Lantern, and I would have picked somebody different to play Green Lantern in the first place. I wouldn't have picked him to play Green Lantern. I would have had more of a younger Denzel looking dude play John Stewart, because John Stewart's been portrayed as a brown skinned dude. Like I said, I'm a fan that wants to get as close as possible to what the character really looks like. So, like you saw the guy that Zack Snyder picked for John Stewart, right? I think that's a better pick. I do. So, yeah. Wild, wild, wild. It is what it is.
Yeah, shout out to that guy Tyrone Magnus, and yeah, man, I'm in total agreement with him. And I believe a lot of true comic book and superhero fans, want the character, the the actor or actress, whoever is supposed to be playing a character. We want them to be close to the original concept. So yeah, I mean it's a no brainer. Yeah, a lot of people would have a problem with that. Of this dude playing as a Black Panther, supposed to be as T'Challa. And I agree with him. Yeah, even though even if they was to introduce him as a Black Panther from another universe, that people would still have a problem with it. I kind of have a problem with it too, because I'm like, yeah, all this time and from the comics, from all of what what I've experienced with T'Challa, he's always been dark skinned, dark brown skinned. So yeah, and he wasn't light skinned at all. So yeah, that'll be kind of effed up. But like I said, I would want the character, the person who's playing this character, to be close to the original character as possible. So yeah, I'm with him on that. So I wish they would find I know they could find somebody else to play, T'Challa, this dark skin. So yeah. But yeah, that's it, man. That's all I have for you guys. And thank you guys for coming through, man. Let me know what you guys think about that, man, about T'Challa, this guy who's supposed to be playing T'Challa, who's happened to be the same dude, I believe, that played as the character Deck in the latest Predator movie, Predator Badlands. He played as that Predator, Deck from the Yacha tribe, from the Yacha clan. So yeah, if not, correct me if I'm wrong. But if it's a different light skin dude, but I think it's the same guy. But yeah, but man, thank you guys, man, for rocking with me for this long. Appreciate it, and yeah, hopefully you guys will enjoy everything. Hope you guys enjoyed everything that I've shown you guys today. Hopefully you guys got something out of it. And yeah, and this you got Ray Hama, 1 versus a million. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe, follow, and hype the stream for me, please. Hype the stream. And yeah, and I'll see you guys next time. And next time we will be showing Fallout Season 2. So I'll be getting that together as soon as I'm done with this. All right. So, and also bless the Cash App. The Cash App is there. Bless the Hama Force. Appreciate you. And again, I'm not your fan. I'm not your stan. For I am brother. 1 versus a million. I'm out. Peace.